beneath the radiant crown of the Erdtree, before the lands between were given form and law, there existed a silence older than divinity. It was not peace, but the hush that follows a great upheaval, the stillness of an age when gods warred not through armies, but through dreams, plagues, and whispers carried on the wind. In that silence, the foundations of reality were not yet fixed. Life was fluid, molten, and mutable. The crucible, the primal soup from which all forms of existence emerged, shimmered like living metal, birthing creatures whose shapes defied order and whose souls carried memories of flame and void. From this chaotic wellspring, the first beings of power arose, and among them were entities that would later be called outer gods. To the mortals of later ages, these forces were unknowable. They were not deities in the familiar sense, not patrons of faith, nor guardians of moral order, but vast, impersonal intelligences that embodied fundamental truths of existence. They were hunger and decay, rebirth and madness, heat and void. Their conflict was not waged for dominion over mortals, but over the very concept of life itself. Each sought to impose its own form of order upon the crucible, to anchor its philosophy within the flesh of the world. Yet when the greater will descended from the stars, bearing the Elden Beast as its vassal, it brought with it a vision of absolute structure, a golden law that would bind all life to a single radiance, severing the chaotic weave of the old order. In this moment began the first war of the cosmos, not between mortals, but between the light that sought unity and the darkness that demanded freedom. The outer gods that opposed the greater will did not stand as an alliance. They were too alien for such cooperation. Each was a principle made flesh, incapable of compromise. The Frenzied Flame burned for dissolution, a will to reduce all distinction to ash and memory. The Formless Mother, ever bleeding, yearned to birth divinity through endless suffering. The Scarlet Rot whispered of purity through decay, of rebirth through corruption. Others still lingered beyond the veil. The dark moon, cold and patient, weaving dreams through the pale light of forgotten nights, and the god of dragons, whose lightning sought to preserve the primal chaos of storm. Together, their influence turned the nascent world into a theatre of invisible conflict. Every tree, every beast, every soul became a potential vessel, a battleground where cosmic will could take root. To understand the Golden Order, we must first understand what it sought to erase. The Erdtree was not merely a symbol of faith, it was a weapon. Its light imposed boundaries where none had existed, dividing form from formlessness, sanctity from sin. The greater will, distant and inscrutable, established through Marika and the Elden Beast a kind of cosmic censorship. The crucible, once alive with untamed possibility, was pruned, refined, and buried beneath layers of divine law. The Crucible Knights, those few who remembered the world before the Erdtree, wore their armor as relics of resistance, adorned with horns, scales, and tails, marks of a time when all forms were sacred and interwoven. Their defeat symbolized not merely the victory of order, but the silencing of diversity itself. The Golden Order's triumph was thus the first great act of suppression, and the first spark of rebellion among the outer gods. The Formless Mother, sensing the growing sterility of the Golden Order, turned her gaze toward mortal vessels through whom her will might be reborn. Blood became her scripture. It flowed through dynasties, through the veins of those who would later be cursed as accursed nobles, until it found its fullest expression in Mohg, Lord of Blood. His communion with the Formless Mother marked the first true counterstrike in the war beneath the Erdtree. Through him, she sought not to destroy order outright, but to corrupt it from within, to turn divinity inward until godhood itself bled. The very notion of sacred blood, which once sanctified the Erdtree's grace, became a vector for rebellion. What the Golden Order called sin, the Formless Mother called fertility. At the same time, another will stirred beneath the earth, the Frenzied Flame. Born of chaos and despair, it was the scream of the cosmos against structure. While the Formless Mother whispered through blood, the Frenzied Flame roared through the mind, promising release from all bondage. It cared nothing for glory or lineage, only for the dissolution of all boundaries. Its agents were not noble houses or churches, but broken souls who saw in madness a kind of liberation. The greater will, through its envoys and two fingers, labelled this chaos blasphemy, but in truth, it was the mirror of its own perfection. For every god that seeks order, there must exist one that seeks unmaking. The Scarlet Rot moved differently. It did not shout, nor bleed, nor burn. It seeped. In the hidden heart of Aeonia, under the feet of a forgotten demigoddess, the Rot waited, patient and eternal. To mortals it appeared as disease, but in truth it was philosophy made flesh, a doctrine that claimed all beauty must decay to be reborn. Malenia, though cursed by it, became its saint and its sword. Through her, the Rot challenged the very notion of the Erdtree's immortality. Where the Erdtree's light promised eternal preservation, the Rot offered transcendence through decomposition. One sought to trap existence in an endless present, the other to free it through death and renewal. Thus, even in stillness, the war continued, and high above them all, cold and distant as a memory of starlight, watched the dark moon. Unlike the others, it waged its war not through corruption, but through withdrawal. Its chosen vessel, Ranni, turned away from the Golden Order entirely, rejecting both flesh and the will that governed it. Her path was the rebellion of silence, the refusal to play the game at all. While the other outer gods sought to twist the world, she sought to leave it behind. Yet even this was an act of defiance, for to deny the greater will's cycle was to challenge its supremacy. So, beneath the tranquil glow of the Erdtree, the secret war raged, not in open battle, but in quiet contagion. Each outer god found its prophet, its vessel, its voice. The Golden Order, radiant and absolute, stood as both jailer and prize. And, in the hearts of mortals, fragile, yearning, divided, these cosmic wills met and mingled, creating the paradox that defines the lands between. For what is a god's war if not the echo of humanity's own conflict? The desire to belong, and the equal desire to be free. And as the Erdtree's light spread across the world, silencing the old tongues and burning away the memories of chaos, something ancient stirred beneath the roots. A pulse, rhythmic and deep, as though the earth itself remembered the song that had been forbidden. Perhaps the war of the outer gods was never about dominance at all. Perhaps it was a struggle to be remembered, a cry from forgotten divinities who feared not death, but erasure. The question that lingers then is this: when the gods themselves war in silence, what hope remains for those who live between their dreams? Before the Erdtree cast its golden radiance across the lands between, there was only the crucible, the original forge of life, where all forms, all souls, and all possibilities mingled in a single, sacred turbulence. It was a time when beasts, men, and gods were not yet separate, when the scales of dragons shimmered alongside the flesh of men, and when the earth itself breathed with the rhythm of living fire. To live in the age of the crucible was to exist without distinction, without sin, without hierarchy. A Kyra, a world where to grow was to change, and to change was to be divine. The very air was thick with metamorphosis. The roots of trees pulsed with the same energy as the blood of giants. Existence was communion. Yet, within that communion lay a tension, a whisper of structure, a longing for permanence amid the endless flux. It was into this yearning that the first will descended, an order-bearing consciousness that would later be called the Greater Will. It arrived not as a deity, but as a message, a pattern of light encoded in the fabric of the cosmos. Through the Elden Beast, it sought to define, to categorize, to separate. The Crucible, once a churning ocean of becoming, began to crystallize. Laws emerged where none had been. Gravity, mortality, and the boundaries between life forms became fixed. The Greater Will offered what seemed a gift, stability. But the cost was infinite. The wild symphony of the Crucible was silenced in favor of a single golden note. Those who remembered the old world resisted. The Crucible Knights, draped in armor that bore the horns and tails of ancient beasts, stood as keepers of forbidden memory. To them, the transformations of the old age were sacred rites, expressions of divine unity, not corruption. Their sigils and runes were remnants of that time when life was fluid, their prayers spoken in tongues that predated the Erdtree. To serve the Crucible was to serve life in its rawest form, ungoverned and untamed. Yet the light of the Erdtree branded such reverence heresy. Under the new order, the Crucible became myth, its worship punishable by exile or death. And so, like embers buried beneath ash, its followers were scattered. In truth, the Erdtree's golden law was born not out of benevolence, but fear. The Greater Will, like all cosmic powers, desired permanence. That its dominion would not dissolve, as the Crucible had once dissolved all boundaries. The Erdtree was the embodiment of that desire. Its roots spread like chains through the soil, drawing up the remnants of the Crucible's living fire and refining it into grace, light stripped of chaos, beauty stripped of change. The Golden Order, as it came to be known, was both the result and the tool of that purification. Yet even as the world basked in its glory, the suppressed forces beneath the roots began to stir. For the Crucible was not dead. It merely waited. The early ages of the Erdtree were marked by divine experimentation, attempts to reconcile the new law with the old chaos. The Erdtree's grace could heal, could bless, could grant forms of immortality, but it could not create. That power, the sacred gift of the Crucible, was gone. To craft new life required chaos, flux, and imperfection. Qualities the Golden Order had eradicated. Thus, the gods of the New Age, though radiant and eternal, found themselves barren. It was this barrenness that would awaken the first murmurs of rebellion. The outer gods, exiled from the ordered world, sensed weakness. From beyond the stars, from beneath the earth, and from the forgotten spaces between dreams, they whispered. The Frenzied Flame was the first to respond to the stillness of the world. Where the Erdtree offered preservation, the flame offered release. It called to the disillusioned and the broken, those who found no comfort in perfection. To them, the Erdtree's light was suffocating, a cage of brilliance. Through madness, the flame promised freedom, and though the Golden Order denounced it, the Frenzied Flame found sanctuary in the cracks of the world, beneath Leyndell's foundations, in the depths of forgotten catacombs, wherever light could not reach. The Formless Mother, meanwhile, seeped through the lifeblood of mortals. She was not destruction, but yearning, a god of hunger, pain, and fecundity. The blood rituals that would one day define Mo's dynasty were but echoes of her first blessings. Where the Erdtree's grace purified, she corrupted, for to her corruption was fertility. The wounds of the world were her altars. Far in the west, in the still waters of Aeonia, the Scarlet Rot awoke. It was a god of paradox, at once disease and divinity, decay and purity. To mortals, its touch brought agony, but to the cosmos, it represented the natural rhythm of renewal. The rot was the crucible's memory of death, not an ending, but a transformation. When the first spores of rot began to spread across Caelid, the Golden Order saw infection, the outer gods saw resurrection, and beyond them all, in the cold reaches of the night, the dark moon observed. It did not strike, nor whisper, nor consume. Its rebellion was contemplative. It gazed upon the world of gold and saw in its order a prison. The dark moon did not seek to destroy the Erdtree's light, but to offer an alternative. A softer radiance, born of reflection, rather than control. In Ranni's later defiance, its philosophy would find human voice. Thus, the Crucible's war did not end with its burial. It continued in silence, transformed into metaphysical opposition. Every flame that flickered, every root that grew beyond its ordained path, every mortal dream that questioned divine law, all were echoes of that first resistance. The outer gods were not invaders, but memories. The world's own desire to remember its untamed self. Marika, chosen vessel of the greater will, sensed this tension even as she built her golden empire. Beneath her divine serenity burned unease. The gods above her demanded faith and obedience, yet within her heart pulsed something older. The residual chaos of the Crucible. In her act of shattering the Elden Ring, one can glimpse the echo of that ancient rebellion. The desire of creation to return to flux, to possibility. In the end, the birth of law was not the end of chaos, but its evolution. The Crucible, though bound, learned patience. It would wait within the veins of dragons, within the spores of rot, within the bloodlines of kings. For chaos cannot be destroyed by order, only hidden. And so, as the Erdtree's branches spread across the heavens, one could almost hear the old world breathing beneath the soil, dreaming of the day it would rise again. For every root that ascends toward the light must also descend into darkness. And somewhere in that darkness, the Crucible remembers. Long before the Erdtree became the axis of all creation, before Marika ever drew breath, the stars themselves trembled. Across the dark sea of the cosmos, a presence stirred, a will older than time, vast beyond comprehension, patient as erosion. It was not born within the lands between, but beyond them, a consciousness adrift in the celestial void. When it turned its gaze upon the Crucible's chaotic world, what it saw was both beauty and threat, a realm of infinite potential, but no structure to bind it. The greater will sought not to destroy that chaos, but to master it, to shape it into permanence. It was a desire that would echo through every empire, every god, every creature who ever sought control over life itself. The greater will did not descend in person. Like all true cosmic intelligences, it spoke through vessels. From the heavens came the Elden Beast, its messenger and executor, a being not of flesh, but of divine geometry, shimmering with the radiance of distant suns. The beast carried within it the Elden Ring, not a physical object, as mortals would later imagine, but an abstract pattern, a code of existence that defined reality itself. When it entered the lands between, the world changed. Gravity bowed, time folded, and the air thickened with new laws. The formless fluid of the Crucible hardened into categories: gods and beasts, mortals and immortals, sacred and profane. It was the first rewriting of the world. The greater will had imposed its language upon creation, and in doing so, claimed dominion. From that act of imposition arose the principle later called order, the conviction that the world must be structured, that chaos was a sin to be purged. But even as the Elden Beast planted the seeds of this order, resistance stirred beneath the surface. For each new law written into the bones of reality, an old freedom was erased. The first beings to resist were the ancient dragons. They had been born of the Crucible's storming heart, creatures of lightning and molten breath. Their immortality was not a gift from the greater will, but a birthright of chaos itself. When the golden law began to spread, many dragons rejected it outright. They saw in its radiance a slow petrification, an unmaking of the living storm that had birthed them. The ancient dragon, Placidusax, once a god of tempest and flame, turned his gaze skyward and felt abandonment. He called out to the greater will, his former master, but received only silence. The will had withdrawn, having no use for gods of chaos once order had been established. Thus was born the first divine resentment, the wound that would fester for millennia, giving rise to countless schisms between gods and the power they served. In the ages that followed, the greater will established intermediaries, emissaries of obedience that could act in its absence. These were the fingers, the living conduits through which its voice echoed. The 2 fingers represented communion, the 3 fingers, rebellion. They were not separate deities, but extensions of the same cosmic organism, split to preserve balance. The 2 fingers spoke the gospel of structure, the necessity of devotion. The 3 fingers, banished and bound deep beneath Leyndell, retained the echo of the will's opposite, the part of it that had once understood chaos, now warped into the frenzied flame. In this duality lay the truth of the cosmos. Every law carries within it the seed of its undoing. When the greater will withdrew into the stars, it left the lands between in the hands of its chosen vessels. Among them, one stood apart, a woman of radiant mind and inscrutable purpose, Queen Marika. She was chosen not merely for strength, but for adaptability. In her, the greater will saw both obedience and ambition. It was through her that the Elden Beast would root itself within mortal history, forging the divine lineage that would govern the world. Yet even as she received the blessing of the Elden Ring, she felt the faint pulse of resistance. The Crucible still breathed beneath the golden soil, whispering that order built on silence could never last. Through Marika, the greater will's influence took form. The Erdtree grew from the heart of the world like a celestial tower, its branches piercing the heavens, its roots consuming the remains of older life. Every soul, upon death, was drawn into its light, bound to the cycle of rebirth that sustained the golden order. To mortals, this was paradise, eternal grace, eternal renewal. But to the outer gods, watching from the edges of creation, it was imprisonment. No longer could new laws or realities emerge. The golden order had sealed the world in perfection. The greater will had achieved what all cosmic entities crave: permanence. But in that perfection lay sterility. It is here that the true war began. The outer gods, sensing imbalance, moved not with armies, but with whispers. The Formless Mother wept into the soil, birthing the first cursed blood. The Frenzied Flame festered in the shadows beneath the Erdtree's roots, its fire a reflection of the will's own forgotten chaos. The Scarlet Rot stirred in the forgotten swamps of Aeonia, a counterpoint to the Erdtree's immortality, preaching that all things must decay to be reborn. Each of these forces was not alien intrusion, but the earth itself remembering what the golden law had buried. The greater will perceived these movements as impurities, anomalies to be cleansed. Its response was silent, but absolute. The fingers decreed new commandments, shaping human faith into a weapon. Churches rose where forests once grew. Scriptures replaced the living memory of the Crucible. Even the stars, once alive with motion, were chained. The night of black knives. That moment when death itself was stolen and reshaped, was no mortal rebellion, but divine correction. An attempt to contain the growing chaos that threatened to unravel the ordered world. And yet, within Marika, the seeds of contradiction took root. To be the vessel of the greater will was to carry its full contradiction, the yearning for eternal order, and the despair that such order could never truly exist. Her later betrayal of the Elden Beast, her shattering of the ring, and her union with Radagon were not acts of sudden madness, but the culmination of this internal war. In her divine heart, the two great forces of creation, structure and freedom, met and clashed. To understand the descent of the greater will is to understand the first tragedy of the lands between, that every act of creation carries within it the shadow of destruction. The Erdtree's light, for all its beauty, cast the longest shadow of all. The stars ceased their wandering, the dragons lost their storms. The crucible fell silent, and yet, somewhere in that silence, a question remained unanswered. The same question that had haunted the cosmos since its beginning. If the greater will sought to perfect creation, why did it leave? Why did it turn away, abandoning the world it had so carefully ordered? Perhaps it realized that no law, however divine, could bind the infinite. Or perhaps, like all creators, it feared what it had made. The lands between still echo with its silence. The Erdtree still glows, but the will's voice has long since faded into memory. And beneath that golden light, other whispers grow louder. The Formless Mother, bleeding in the dark. The Rot, dreaming beneath Aeonia. The Frenzied Flame, murmuring in the hearts of madmen. The war it sought to end through order has only deepened through neglect. For what greater blasphemy could there be than a God who forgets its own creation? When the greater will's golden order first took root, it was not yet absolute. The Erdtree's light spread across the lands between like dawn after an endless night. But there remain those who remembered the world before the brilliance. These were the remnants of the Crucible's age, the guardians of life in its primordial, unrefined form. They called themselves the Knights of the Crucible, though the word knight poorly captures what they were. They were not yet soldiers in service to a crown, but living echoes of creation's first freedom, embodiments of a law older than God's. They believed that the body was sacred precisely because it was mutable. To them, horns, tails, scales, and wings were not marks of corruption, but symbols of divine potential, remnants of the time when all life flowed from the same crucible. The Erdtree's radiance, by contrast, sought to purify what it saw as imperfection, and in doing so, it condemned the primal forms of life as profane. Thus began the first great conflict, not between mortals and gods, but between two visions of holiness, the Golden Order's still perfection and the Crucible's ever-changing divinity. The Crucible Knights took their strength from remembrance. They were the first bearers of incantations drawn from that living fire, spells that twisted the boundaries between flesh and spirit. Through these arts they could transform their bodies into weapons, sprouting horns to charge their enemies, scales to deflect divine light, tails to strike like serpents. To them, battle was ritual, and transformation was prayer. Each mutation was an act of devotion to the living world, a reminder that the divine should never be static. The Golden Order, however, saw such transformations as blasphemy, grotesque mockeries of the Erdtree's pure form. For a time, the two orders coexisted in uneasy silence. The Erdtree's influence was not yet complete, and many among the early Erdtree apostles viewed the Crucible Knights as holy relics, warriors blessed by the old life. They guarded sacred groves, ancient springs, and the first Erdtree saplings. Their power was revered, if not fully understood. But as the Elden Beast's law hardened and the two fingers began to dictate the shape of worship, tolerance faded. The Crucible Knight's reverence for transformation was recast as heresy. To alter one's form was to deny the perfection of grace. This spiritual divergence became open conflict during what would later be remembered as the Crucible Wars. The Erdtree's fledgling priests declared the old rites forbidden. Temples were built where the wild groves once stood. The knights resisted, but theirs was a war they could never win. For every Crucible Knight that fell, the Golden Order grew stronger, their deaths serving as lessons for the shaping of new dogma. To the priests of the Erdtree, it was not enough to defeat the heretics. They had to erase the memory of what the Crucible represented. Yet memory cannot be slain. The Crucible Knights carried within them something that no law could unmake, the living memory of chaos as sanctity. They understood that every law, even divine law, was born from imperfection. And so, even as they fell, they did not curse their enemies. They prayed, not for victory, but for remembrance. Their deaths were offerings to the world they once knew, to the rivers that had once flowed with molten light, to the creatures whose shapes defied naming. In the ages that followed, their legacy was buried, both literally and theologically. Their armor was entombed in the catacombs of Lindell, sealed beneath the new capital's golden streets. Their symbols were co-opted by the very church that had destroyed them, their horns and tails reinterpreted as signs of sin. Only a few of their teachings endured in whispers, passed down through secret sects who practiced the old incantations in hidden glades and crumbling ruins. These disciples called themselves keepers of the Crucible, and they preserved the forbidden belief that chaos and divinity were one. It was said that in battle, when a Crucible Knight fell, the ground itself would mourn. Their essence would return to the soil, not as spirit, but as renewal. From their remains would sprout strange flora, trees with scaled bark, flowers that bled golden sap, roots that shimmered like veins of molten ore. Even in defeat, they fertilized the world with memory. This, more than any monument, was their true legacy. The Golden Order could build temples of stone, but the Crucible's monuments were alive. Yet the Golden Order learned from its enemies. From the ashes of the Crucible Knights arose new institutions, the Dragon Cults, the Erdtree Avatars, the Guardians of Lendell's sanctity. Their doctrines inverted the Knight's wisdom, turning reverence for life's mutability into fear of corruption. What was once divine transformation became a curse called taint. The Crucible's fire was recast as the seed of sin. But buried beneath these condemnations lay an unspoken truth, that the Golden Order could not fully erase the Crucible because it had inherited its power. The Erdtree itself, though pure in form, grew from the same primordial soil. Its light was born of the same fire it sought to extinguish. And perhaps this is the deepest irony of the Golden Age, that every miracle of grace, every healing light, every incantation of holy power was born from what it condemned. The divine was not pure. It was composted from the remnants of chaos. The Golden Order, in denying the Crucible, was built upon its bones. As centuries passed, the few remaining Crucible Knights retreated into obscurity. Some guarded forgotten tombs beneath the capital. Others wandered the wilds, drawn to places where the old fire still flickered. Volcanic springs, ash-choked ruins, the deep roots beneath the Erdtree. There, In the silence of the earth, they kept vigil. They were waiting, though they could not say for what. Perhaps they sensed that the war between chaos and order was not over, that one day the balance would shift again. For even as the Erdtree's light crowned the world, the roots beneath it grew restless. They twisted and writhed as though remembering their true shape. Serpentine, draconic, alive. The crucible was not dead. It had merely changed form. Its fire had gone inward, sleeping within the veins of creation, waiting for a new vessel to awaken it. And so, the age of the crucible nights ended, but its essence endured in secret places, in the blood of dragons, in the pulse of magma beneath Matgelmir, in the whisper of wings that once filled the sky. The Golden Order believed it had silenced chaos, but the crucible's truth was patient, and patience is the weapon of eternity. For what is buried in darkness will one day remember the sun. When the greater will sought to manifest its perfect order, it needed more than emissaries. It needed a heart, a mortal soul capable of containing the paradox of divinity and obedience. In that distant age, when the Erdtree's golden bloom was still young and the crucible's echo lingered in the air, a woman was chosen. Her name would become legend, and her shadow would stretch across every century that followed. She was Marika, both vessel and rebel, creator and destroyer, saint and betrayer. Her story is not simply one of godhood, but of a bargain made in silence between the cosmos and the flesh it sought to command. Little is known of Marika's origin before her anointment. Some say she was born beneath the Erdtree's earliest roots, touched by the grace that seeped from its sap. Others whisper that she was of Numen blood, a race that had wandered the stars long before the greater will descended, beings closer to the celestial than the terrestrial. Whatever her beginning, Marika's nature was dual even then. Her eyes held both compassion and calculation, and in her presence, mortals felt both comfort and dread. To the greater will, she was the perfect candidate, not merely devout, but adaptable. She would not simply obey, she would build. Through the two fingers, the greater will bestowed upon her the Elden Ring, the lattice of laws that shaped reality. Yet the ring was not a weapon, nor a crown. It was a prison disguised as a gift. It demanded balance, harmony, submission to the divine structure it encoded. Every rune, every law, was a chain, and in accepting it, Marika bound herself to the very system she would later shatter. But at first, she embraced her role. Through her, the Erdtree flourished, and grace spread like pollen upon the wind. Mortals looked upon her and saw salvation. Under her guidance, the Golden Order became more than a religion. It became nature itself. Yet even in her triumph, Marika was haunted. For beneath her empire's perfection, she sensed an absence. A silence at the heart of the divine. The greater will, though it had given her grace, did not speak. Its guidance came through the fingers, through gesture and interpretation, never through voice. The Elden Beast, its supposed envoy, remained a creature of cold obedience, not communion. To Marika, this silence became unbearable. How could she serve a god that would not answer? How could she love a creation that no longer grew? The Erdtree's light, once radiant, began to feel suffocating. It preserved life, but it denied change. Her first act of rebellion was subtle. She began to question the very nature of grace. Was it truly a blessing, or was it a filter? A way of dividing those deemed worthy from those cast aside. The tarnished, those who had lost grace, became to her not failures, but potential. In their exile, she saw freedom. Beings no longer bound by the will of the fingers. Quietly, she began to weave her own designs into the laws of the Elden Ring, small deviations masked as divine adjustments. Her golden order began to bend, ever so slightly, toward her own vision. It was during this hidden rebellion that she met Radagon, the red-haired champion of the Erdtree. He was her mirror, devoted, radiant, yet filled with contradictions. To the world, they were two beings united in holy purpose. To each other, they were halves of a secret whole. Some say Radagon was Marika's consort, others her reflection. When the truth was revealed, that Radagon was not separate but her other self, the nature of her rebellion became clear. The greater will had created her duality to maintain balance. Marika, the will to challenge. Radagon, the will to obey. But balance cannot suppress identity. The more the Golden Order demanded unity, the more she splintered within. In this fracture, the seeds of the shattering were sown. Marika began to act against her own nature, driven by contradictions she could no longer reconcile. She banished the rune of death, severing mortality from existence. Perhaps she sought to protect her children from decay, or perhaps she wished to prove that her divine law could transcend the will's design. But in doing so, she introduced imbalance. Death, now imprisoned within Malekith's blade, became not destruction but hunger, a cosmic force yearning for release. When the night of black knives came, and the rune of death was stolen, the world learned the cost of a god's disobedience. Marika's divine children bore the marks of this cosmic fracture. Godwyn, her golden son, was blessed yet vulnerable, a symbol of divinity tainted by mortality. Ranni, her lunar daughter, was distant and cold, a reflection of the old gods who dwelled in the dark. Miquella and Malenia, born of Radagon's union with her, were miracles and curses, both, embodiments of perfection's failure. Each of them represented a different interpretation of divinity, a fragment of Marika's divided soul. Through them, the outer gods found new footholds in the world. The Scarlet Rot claimed Malenia, the dark moon whispered to Ranni, and the unalloyed gold clung to Miquella's eternal innocence. The greater will's chosen family became its greatest vulnerability. Yet, for all her rebellion, Marika did not hate the greater will. Her defiance was not born of pride, but of grief. She had come to understand a truth the greater will could not accept. The order and chaos are not opposites, but partners. To love creation is to allow it to change, to risk imperfection. The greater will desired eternity without evolution. Marika desired evolution even at the cost of eternity. Her breaking of the Elden Ring was not vengeance, but mercy. An act of cosmic compassion meant to free the world from the stillness of divine perfection. The shattering that followed was not merely political, it was metaphysical. Reality itself fractured. The laws of life and death, order and decay began to blur once more. For the first time since the Crucible's burial, chaos returned to the world, not as flame or flood, but as possibility. The outer gods stirred, sensing the weakening of the Golden Order's seal. The Formless Mother bled again, the Frenzied Flame whispered louder, and the Rot bloomed brighter. Even the stars, long chained by the Erdtree's radiance, began to move. Marika's disappearance after the shattering remains one of the great mysteries of the age. Some believe she was imprisoned within the Erdtree, her body turned to crystal and her soul divided between devotion and despair. Others claim she ascended beyond the reach of all gods, becoming something neither mortal nor divine, the silent witness to a world reborn. But perhaps the truth is simpler. Perhaps she became what she had always been destined to be. The echo of the Crucible's first dream. The union of law and life, creation and destruction. For in breaking the Elden Ring, she did not destroy order. She reminded it that order must serve life, not the other way around. And though her empire fell into ruin and her children turned against one another, her rebellion left behind something the greater will could never reclaim: the possibility of freedom. The question that lingers is not whether Marika was right to defy her god, but whether any god can exist without defiance. For if divinity is perfection, and perfection forbids change, then every living thing that dares to grow becomes a heretic. And so, the Golden Queen who shattered eternity left behind not a curse, but a question. One that echoes still in every root of the Erdtree and every trembling star above it. What is the worth of order if it cannot love what it cannot control? When the Elden Ring shattered, the world did not explode in flame or dissolve into darkness. Instead, it broke with the sound of silence, a stillness so vast it swallowed even the breath of gods. The golden laws that once bound life and death cracked like ancient glass, and in that fracture, everything lost its place. The Erdtree's light flickered, the stars stirred after long captivity. The greater will, distant and voiceless, turned its gaze away. For the first time since creation, the lands between belonged to no one. The shattering was not merely a cataclysm, it was revelation. The Golden Order's perfection had been broken, and in the space left behind, truth began to seep through. Mortals, once sheltered by divine law, now faced a world unguarded. The dead no longer ascended in grace, but lingered as echoes. Souls drifted between worlds like autumn leaves, seeking meaning in a cosmos that had forgotten them. The Erdtree stood unchanged, its branches glowing against the void, but its light no longer comforted, it accused. For beneath its beauty, the roots were bleeding. The demigods, Marika's divine children, rose to fill the vacuum of power. Each carried a shard of the Elden Ring within their soul, and each believed themselves destined to restore order in their own image. But the fragments of the ring were not simple runes. They were philosophies, contradictory principles of existence, never meant to stand alone. To wield one was to inherit both its power and its madness. Thus, the shattering was not only a war of succession, but of ideology, a contest to decide what kind of world would replace the Golden One. Godwyn the Golden, Marika's firstborn, was the first to fall. On the night of Black Knives, when mortal assassins stole the rune of death, they used it not to slay mortals, but to slay divinity. Godwyn's soul died while his body lived, a paradox that shattered the balance of life and death. His corpse, preserved by the Erdtree, became the seed of a darker growth, the prince of death's roots. Through him, death was not erased, but transformed. Corpses began to dream. The dead whispered to the living. The Erdtree, in preserving him, unwittingly corrupted itself, binding life and decay in the same golden veins. The death root that, spread across the lands between, was not corruption. It was justice, long denied. Ranni the witch saw this and understood. She knew the greater will's silence was not benevolence, but abandonment. In her, the influence of the dark moon stirred, a cold, patient intelligence that had watched the Erdtree's reign from afar. When Ranni renounced her great rune and chose to slay her own flesh, she did what no god had dared. She severed herself from the greater will completely. In that act, she became both murderer and midwife, killing her mortal form to give birth to something celestial. Her followers called it betrayal. She called it freedom. And though her path led her beyond the reach of grace, her rebellion marked the beginning of a new age, the age of the stars, where the light of order would fade and the night would rule. Far to the south, the twin children of Radagon and Marika waged their own silent wars. Miquella, the unalloyed, sought purity not through grace, but through compassion. His dream was of an order untainted by ambition, a world of healing rather than conquest. Yet his very perfection became a curse. To the greater will, his dream was dangerous, not because it was impure, but because it was too pure, beyond control. His twin sister, Malenia, was his opposite, a goddess of rot and grace intertwined. The Scarlet Rot had chosen her as its vessel, infecting her flesh but sanctifying her will. Where others saw disease, she saw transcendence. In her battles, rot bloomed like crimson fire, turning death into creation. She became both destroyer and saint, and through her, the outer god of rot waged its quiet war against eternity. Murg, Lord of Blood, turned his eyes inward. Where his brother Morgott clung to duty and the fading light of the Erdtree, Murg embraced the shadows beneath it. The Formless Mother called to him, her whispers a lullaby of pain and rebirth. Through her, he learned that blood could be both weapon and womb, that suffering could create divinity. His rituals of blood communion were not acts of madness, but prayers to a god that the Golden Order had tried to erase. He sought not to destroy the Erdtree, but to replace it with a dynasty of scarlet birth, a new age of gods born from the wound of creation itself. Morgott, meanwhile, remained bound to his mother's shadow. Though cursed by omen horns, remnants of the Crucible's wild life, he served the Erdtree with unwavering faith. To him, Marika's defiance was not liberation, but tragedy. He ruled the shattered capital with hollow devotion, guarding a god who no longer spoke, and a tree that no longer bloomed. His tragedy was not failure, but loyalty. He clung to a faith that had long since abandoned him, and in that loyalty, he became the last true guardian of an ideal already dead. These demigods were not siblings in love, but reflections of a broken god's divided soul. Each carried a piece of Marika's dream, distorted by isolation. Together, they embodied the paradox of the divine, that creation cannot exist without conflict. Their wars ravaged the lands between, yet beneath the slaughter, the outer gods watched with quiet fascination. Each saw in the chaos a chance to shape the world anew. The Frenzied Flame whispered through cracks in the earth, promising to end the cycle of divine ambition through total annihilation. The Rot spread its spores through Caelid's red skies. The Formless Mother wept beneath Mog's altar. The dark moon shone cold over Ranni's rebellion. The war of gods had become a war of wills, each fighting not for dominion, but remembrance. The shattering was thus not a fall from grace, but a revelation of truth, that every god, no matter how radiant, carries within them the shadow of what they deny. Marika's children were not failures, they were her confession. Through them, the world rediscovered what the Golden Order had buried, that divinity is born not from unity, but from fracture. The Erdtree, in its silence, loomed as both witness and tomb. Its branches still glowed, but its roots had begun to drink deeply of blood, rot, and death. The golden light that once promised eternity now shimmered with sickness. The greater will, so distant in its perfection, had lost control of its creation. In its absence, the outer gods no longer whispered, they sang. And yet, even in the midst of this divine anarchy, something human endured. The tarnished, those forsaken by grace, began to return. Drawn by some forgotten call, they rose from exile to wander the dying world. They were not gods, nor chosen heroes, but reflections of the oldest truth, the will to rise, to struggle, to define one's own fate, even when the stars themselves have turned away. The shattering had broken the Golden Order, but it had also broken the chains that bound humanity to it. For the first time in countless ages, mortals stood among gods not as servants, but as equals. And as the fires of war burned across the lands between, one question echoed through the ashes. If divinity can fracture, can humanity ascend? Long before his corpse became a monument and his name a prayer of mourning, Godwyn the Golden was the beloved son of the Erdtree. In him, the grace of the greater will shone brightest. He was the living emblem of divine harmony. Beautiful, kind, and resolute. To his followers, he seemed proof that the Golden Order could perfect even the flawed essence of flesh. He moved among mortals as both guardian and god, untainted by the corruption that haunted his kin. It is said that even the Erdtree itself bent its light around him in reverence, that his presence could still the hearts of beasts and purify the air. Yet all perfection carries a hidden fracture. And it was through that fracture that death found its way into paradise. The Night of Black Knives began not with thunder, but with silence. Beneath a cold moon, shadows moved with mortal purpose and divine intent. The assassins who, struck that night, were no mere killers. They were women who bore the essence of an outer god, fragments of the death once forbidden by Marika herself. The rune of death, sealed away by the Queen's will and guarded by her shadow, Malekith, had been stolen. Its power was woven into the blades of mortal assassins, allowing them to pierce the divine. Their target was not the Erdtree, nor the Golden Order itself, but its heart, Godwyn. When the Black Knives found him, the moment was brief, almost merciful. His body remained untouched by decay, but his soul, the very breath of divinity, was severed and consumed by shadow. He did not die as mortals die. His body lived on, radiant and unblemished, but hollowed of will. The Erdtree, bound to preserve the divine, could not abandon him. It embraced his corpse within its golden roots, preserving it in eternal stasis. But in doing so, it absorbed his corruption, fusing life and death into one impossible state. From the roots where his body lay interred, something began to spread. At first, it seemed like the veins of the Erdtree itself, golden tendrils burrowing through soil and stone. But over time, the light within them darkened, turned brittle, blackened like charred bone. These roots became conduits of a new force, neither life nor death. The death root. It was not corruption, but evolution, a response to the Erdtree's refusal to let go. Where the Erdtree clung to eternity, the death root whispered of release. Where grace sought to preserve, death root sought to reconcile. To mortals, the spread of the death root was terrifying. Trees withered where its black roots surfaced. Corpses rose with eyes of gold, neither alive nor dead. The priests of the Golden Order declared it a curse, a blight born from Marika's sin. But those who listened to its quiet hum heard something else. A lament. The death root did not hunger for destruction. It mourned. It was the grief of the world itself, unable to rest because its gods had forbidden death. The more the Erdtree suppressed it, the deeper it burrowed, threading itself through the roots of creation until no law could contain it. The first to hear its call was a man once devoted to grace, Geraint, the beast clergyman. Once, he had served as Malekith's companion, a guardian of the Rune of Death. When the Night of Black Knives broke the boundary between life and afterlife, he felt the wound resonate through the world. He took upon himself the burden of the death root, consuming its essence to contain its spread. But the more he devoured, the less of himself remained. In his monstrous form, the beast clergyman became a living contradiction. A priest of death who could not die. A beast who prayed for the end of beasts. His temple became both sanctuary and tomb, where the devout offered death root as sacrament, hoping to appease a world that no longer knew rest. The death root's spread revealed the flaw at the heart of the Golden Order. In its attempt to perfect existence, The Erdtree had severed death, believing it to be impurity, yet in doing so, it created the very corruption it feared. Death, denied its purpose, became hunger. Souls that should have returned to the Erdtree's light instead lingered, festering, evolving into something new. The undead and the omen, the accursed and the revenant, all were children of the same paradox. They were not born of sin, but of the divine refusal to end. As the deathroot spread, it began to take form, not as a fungus or plague, but as a consciousness. Deep beneath the Erdtree's roots, in caverns untouched by light, a presence awoke. Some called it the Prince of Death, though its nature was less a being than an idea, the reassertion of mortality within a world that had forgotten it. It whispered to the restless dead, calling them to its side. In their dreams, they saw the image of Godwyn's serene face, his empty eyes glowing faintly gold, his lips unmoving yet mournful. To them, he was not a corpse, but a prophet, the first to die a death that was not death, the first to prove that eternity could decay. Scholars of the later ages would write that the Prince of Death sought vengeance. But vengeance implies malice, and Godwyn's tragedy was never born of hate. His death was an accident of divine arrogance, the inevitable result of a world where gods tampered with the essence of life. The Deathroot's purpose was not destruction, but balance. It was the world reclaiming what was denied. To the Erdtree, it was blasphemy. To the earth, it was healing. Over time, the Deathroot began to entwine with the roots of the Erdtree itself. Golden sap and black rot mingled in a sacred contradiction. The faithful saw this as decay. The wise saw it as reconciliation. The Erdtree, though silent, began to change. Its lower roots, once gleaming with grace, grew darker, heavier, pulsing with strange vitality. The tree was learning, not by choice, but by necessity. The balance of life demanded death. There are those who believe that Godwyn's soul, though sundered, still dreams within the roots. His whispers echo in the minds of those who stand too close to the Erdtree's base, faint, sorrowful murmurs of things forgotten. Some say he weeps for his mother, others that he calls to Ranni, his kindred in defiance. But perhaps his voice is neither plea nor curse. Perhaps it is simply the sound of the world remembering what it means to end. The Deathroot remains one of the most haunting legacies of the Shattering, a living memorial to divine folly. Its black veins run through catacombs, through ruins, through the marrow of beasts and men. It cannot be burned, cannot be sanctified, cannot be buried, for it is not an infection. It is truth. To die is not a sin. To refuse death is. And as the Erdtree's branches still blaze in hollow defiance, somewhere beneath the roots, the Prince of Death stirs, not to wage war against life, but to remind it that all things sacred must one day return to the soil. The question that remains is whether the gods will ever learn that lesson, or whether the Deathroot will have to teach it again. When the Erdtree began to falter, when its light no longer reached the corners of the world, and its grace dimmed into silence, another glow emerged in the sky. It was colder, more distant, and older than gold, a radiance of remembrance rather than command. The moon. It had watched the rise of the Erdtree in silence, patient and unjudging, as all things built from divine arrogance eventually crumble under their own weight. And beneath its pale light, a demigoddess of quiet defiance stirred. Her name was Ranni, daughter of Radagon and Rennala, heir not to flame or blood, but to shadow and reflection. In her heart, she carried not the will to rule, but the will to refuse. Ranni's story began long before the night she cast off her flesh. As a child of both Marika's divine lineage and Rennala's lunar legacy, she was born between worlds, a living contradiction. The golden grace of the Erdtree flowed through her veins, but her soul was drawn to the starlight that her mother worshipped in the academy of Raya Lucaria. To the scholars, she was an enigma. To the Two Fingers, she was a threat. They called her disobedient when she asked the questions the Golden Order could not answer. Why must the world serve one will? Why must all light come from one source? The dark moon, that ancient and forgotten god of the cold cosmos, saw in her the echo of its own solitude. It had watched for ages as the greater will spread its tyranny of light across the heavens, binding the stars, silencing the old celestial chorus. Once, the stars had sung in harmony, each outer god a note in the symphony of existence. But the arrival of the Golden Order had rewritten the music into a single, endless refrain. The moon withdrew in grief, hiding behind shadow, awaiting a new conductor who could restore the song of the universe. In Ranni, it found her. Ranni's revelation came on the same night that her brother Godwyn, the Golden, met his unnatural death. She had played her own part in that tragedy, though not out of hatred. The Night of Black Knives was her rebellion's first act, an offering to the truth she had come to understand, that no god who denies death deserves eternity. The rune of death that Marika had sealed away was not a curse, but a promise, that even gods must one day fade. When she conspired with the assassins to end her brother's soul, it was not vengeance, but mercy. By severing the divine from its immortality, she opened the first crack in the greater will's dominion. Yet her victory came with a price. The same black knives that slew her brother's soul would one day turn upon her own flesh. After the Night of Black Knives, Ranni withdrew from the Erdtree's light entirely. She renounced her great rune, rejecting both the Golden Order and her divine inheritance. To her followers, this seemed madness. To her enemies, blasphemy. But to Ranni, it was the only path to freedom. The body, she realized, was the chain through which the greater will controlled its creations. To truly defy it, she would have to abandon her flesh. Through a ritual of unimaginable cost, she sacrificed her corporeal form, destroying her body while binding her soul to a spectral vessel, a doll, delicate yet enduring. In this new form, she became something neither mortal nor divine, a soul unbound. It was then that the moon embraced her fully. Its pale light became her guide, its silence her creed. She was no longer a daughter of gold, but of shadow. The scholars of the academy called her heretic, but among the stargazers and dreamers, her legend grew. They spoke of her as the lunar princess, the emissary of forgotten gods. To her, they pledged not obedience, but partnership. The age of the stars that she envisioned was not a dominion of one god over many, but a return to multiplicity, a cosmos where every soul would chart its own orbit. Her companions reflected the nature of her dream. Bled, her loyal half-wolf knight, embodied the conflict between instinct and law, torn between his devotion to her and the madness the Two Fingers had placed within him. Iji, the giant blacksmith, represented the remnants of ancient power humbled by knowledge. Seluvis, the schemer, revealed the moral ambiguity that true freedom requires, the acceptance that rebellion breeds imperfection. Together, they were not a pantheon, but a constellation, flawed, radiant, and fleeting. Ranni's great work was not conquest, but correction. The Erdtree's order had centered the world upon itself, denying the stars their influence. To free the heavens, Ranni sought to break the bond between the earth and the greater will. Through the relics of the eternal cities, ruins that whispered of other gods who had once defied the stars, she forged her path. The Nox, the long-fallen children of the night, had once built a civilization beneath the earth, hoping to escape the Erdtree's gaze. They failed, but their dream endured. In Ranni, their hope found new life. Her ascension was slow, methodical, patient as the movement of the constellations. While the demigods above waged wars of pride and blood, Ranni worked in silence, gathering fragments of forbidden knowledge and aligning herself with the power of the dark moon. When she finally enacted her plan to slay her own divine flesh and sever the last tie to the greater will, the world trembled. The moon flared brighter than it had in eons, casting silver light across the sleeping lands. For one brief moment, the heavens moved again. The age of the stars was not a reign of terror or glory. It was an age of distance, of cool detachment. Under Ranni's new order, the gods withdrew from the affairs of men. The Erdtree still stood, but its light no longer dictated fate. Souls were free to wander, free to err, free to fade. To mortals, this seemed cold, even cruel, but to the cosmos, it was balance restored. The universe had remembered its multiplicity. Ranni's defiance reveals the profound truth that the Golden Order could never accept, that divinity is not measured by control, but by consent. To love the world is not to command it, but to set it free. Her act was not the destruction of faith, but its maturation. She did not abolish gods. She reminded them of their place among the stars. In the end, Ranni's fate remains ambiguous. Some say she became a god of her own making, guiding the cosmos from afar. Others believe she simply vanished into the night, her spirit dissolving into the infinite sky. But perhaps that uncertainty is the point. The age of the stars is not an ending, but an opening, a return to the ungoverned infinity that existed before the Golden Order drew its boundaries. And yet, even among the stars, a quiet question endures. Can the universe remain free when the hearts of its children still yearn for meaning? For though Ranni gave the world autonomy, she could not silence the hunger for purpose, the same hunger that once birthed gods. Perhaps that's the eternal rhythm. The stars drift away, the gods fall silent, and still the souls of mortals look upward, searching for someone to love them. In the heart of Caelid, where the soil breathes poison and the sky burns crimson, there lies a stillness so profound, it almost feels sacred. The earth there does not decay as other lands do. It blossoms in ruin. Flowers of blood-red rot bloom across wastelands of bone, their petals gleaming with a cruel, alien beauty. This is the domain of Malenia, blade of Miquella, goddess of rot, and perhaps the most tragic vessel of divinity in the history of the lands between. To some, she was a saint of perseverance. To others, the walking curse that unmade a continent. Yet both views fall short of truth. Malenia was neither savior nor destroyer. She was metamorphosis itself, the living expression of life's final defiance against purity. Her story began not in the rot-choked ruins she left behind, but in the golden cradle of the Erdtree. Born to Marika and Radagon, she came into the world marked by perfection and ruin in equal measure. Her twin brother, Miquella, emerged untouched, radiant, unalloyed, a child of impossible grace. Malenia, however, bore a disease that the Erdtree's light could neither cleanse nor comprehend. The Scarlet Rot had chosen her from birth. To the priests of the Golden Order, this was divine punishment, a blight that mocked the purity of grace. But to the unseen outer god that whispered beneath Aeonia's swamp, she was a chosen vessel. From her earliest days, Malenia lived between agony and ecstasy. Her every breath was a battle, her every wound a revelation. The rot within her did not kill as mortals understand death. It consumed and renewed, destroying tissue only to bloom anew in red petals of living decay. She learned to harness this suffering, to wield it not as burden, but as strength. In the great battles of the shattering, her blade sang with grace unmatched, each strike trailing petals of crimson light. She was beauty turned to weapon, fragility transformed into power. Yet every victory came at a price. Each enemy slain was another reminder that her divinity came not from grace, but corruption. Her bond with Miquella was the anchor that kept her from surrendering to the rot's full embrace. He, pure of heart and mind, believed her curse could be cured, that even the vilest corruption could be tamed through love and will. Together, they dreamed of an age without suffering, a world purified not by fire or law, but by compassion. Miquella's faith in her was absolute. To him, she was not diseased but divine, the embodiment of endurance. He built the Erdtree for her, a sanctuary beyond the Erdtree's shadow, where his unalloyed gold could shield her from the rot's spread. There, beneath its silver boughs, she trained her knights and nurtured her body in the hope of redemption. But the outer gods do not relinquish their claims so easily. The Scarlet Rot is unlike other powers of the cosmos. It is not flame, nor frost, nor blood. It is time itself made divine, the sacred inevitability of decay. It teaches that all things beautiful must perish to become whole. To the Golden Order, this was blasphemy, for the Erdtree promised eternity. But the rot whispered that eternity without death is stagnation. Through Malenia, this philosophy took form. She did not spread her God's will through words or sermons, but through the body, through wounds, through breath, through the bloom that followed destruction. Every battlefield she touched became a garden. Every death beneath her sword was another seed of divine rot taking root in the world. When she faced Radahn in the heart of Caelid, it was not simply a duel of demigods, it was a cosmic argument. Radahn, the conqueror of the stars, embodied the Golden Order's desire to control the heavens themselves. He was gravity's champion, the tamer of celestial law. Malenia, the goddess of rot, represented the opposite truth, that no force, not even gravity, could forever bind life's transformation. Their battle raged for days, each a living god determined to impose their vision upon the other. And when Radahn finally struck her down, when her body was broken and the Erdtree's grace refused to heal her, she released herself to the will she had resisted all her life. The bloom of Aeonia was her apotheosis. In the moment of surrender, the Scarlet Rot flowered fully within her, engulfing the land in crimson spores. What should have been her death became her ascension. Radahn, her equal in might, was consumed and maddened, reduced to a starving beast that devoured corpses beneath a sky turned red. The battlefield became a holy site, a vast and pulsing wound upon the earth. Caelid, once a thriving kingdom, became the rot's temple, a landscape of eternal decomposition that defied both death and growth. To mortals, it was horror. To the cosmos, it was rebirth. Yet Malenia herself did not perish. Though her body rotted, her will endured. She returned to the Erdtree, now crippled and blind, but no less divine. There she awaited Miquella's return, her loyalty unwavering even as her godhood deepened. Some say she still dreams beneath the tree, her sword resting across her knees, her heart beating in rhythm with the rot's slow pulse. Others believe she became one with the Erdtree itself, her body the roots, her spirit the sap that nourishes its fading leaves. Perhaps both are true, for the rot is transformation, and in transformation, all opposites are reconciled. It is tempting to see Malenia's story as tragedy, but in truth, it is revelation. The Scarlet Rot was never a curse, it was a teacher. Through her suffering, the world learned that decay is not the opposite of grace, but its completion. The Erdtree sought to preserve all things, freezing existence in the perfection of light. The Rot restored the forgotten half of creation, the necessity of dissolution. Malenia's bloom in Ionia was not an act of vengeance. It was the world reclaiming its right to end. Her legend endures because it terrifies. Even now, the Knights of the Haligtree speak her name in reverent whispers, knowing she remains both goddess and ghost. Those who worship the Rot do not pray for strength or purity, but for acceptance, to learn, as Malenia did, that the line between life and death, beauty and ruin, is an illusion. To them, her battle with Radahn was not a disaster, but a sermon written in blood and petals. And perhaps this is why her story still burns in the hearts of mortals. For deep down, every soul fears decay, yet every heart yearns to be reborn. Malenia embodies that paradox, the surrender that becomes victory, the death that births life. Her bloom was not the end of her struggle, but its culmination. She became what all gods fear most, a divinity that needs no worship, only recognition. The Scarlet Rot will never die, for it is not a force that can be conquered. It is the slow remembering of the world, that even in perfection, there must be change. Malenia's petals still drift on the wind, their crimson dust mingling with the golden pollen of the Erdtree. Together, they tell the truth both gods and mortals try to forget. That immortality is not grace, it is decay without beauty. If Malenia was the sword of transformation, then Miquella was its mercy. He was the dreamer of a gentler world, one untouched by ambition or punishment, where grace and decay could coexist without cruelty. Yet like all dreamers who reach too far into divinity, he found that purity and corruption are not opposites, but mirror images of the same desire, the longing to make the world whole. His story, though overshadowed by the wars and horrors that surrounded him, is perhaps the most fragile tragedy of all. For while others sought power, Miquella sought healing, and in that pursuit became the most coveted vessel in the cosmos. From the moment of his birth, Miquella was different. The Golden Order looked upon him and saw perfection made flesh, a child born without blemish, whose very presence quieted storms and soothed beasts. Yet the gods, ever cruel in their balance, granted him a secret flaw. He would never grow. His body, eternally youthful, became a symbol of innocence, but also of stagnation. In him, time refused to move forward. To many, this was a blessing. To Miquella, it was imprisonment. The Erdtree's grace preserved him, but preservation was its own form of death. He saw in his sister's suffering the reflection of his own. She rotted from within, while he fossilized in purity. The two were bound not only by blood, but by longing. Malenia fought to transcend her curse. Miquella sought to redeem it. He turned away from the dogma of the Golden Order, not in hatred, but in quiet disillusionment. To him, the laws of the greater will were incomplete, a code of light without love. If grace could not heal his sister, then it was not grace at all. And so he began to weave a new order, one untainted by the dualities that had fractured the world. He called it the unalloyed, a word that meant purity without exclusion, gold unmixed with ambition, divinity unshackled from control. The creation of the Haligtree was his great act of rebellion. It was not born of conquest, but of care, grown as a sanctuary for the broken. The Erdtree, jealous of its mimic, watched from afar as Miquella nurtured his own divine sapling with the tenderness of a mother. He poured into it his essence, his blood, and his dreams. Its branches grew not toward the heavens, but outward, embracing rather than dominating. Beneath its canopy gathered those who had been rejected by the Golden Order, the afflicted, the misbegotten, the cursed. To them, Miquella was not a god, but a promise. That even the forsaken could be loved. Yet even as he cultivated his dream, he understood the price it demanded. The Erdtree could not thrive within the laws of the world that the greater will had written. To nurture his creation, he would have to abandon grace itself. Slowly, he shed the blessings of the Erdtree, sealing them within the soil of his growing sanctuary. Each prayer he whispered into its roots was a small death, an unmaking of the divinity he'd inherited. His goal was not to surpass the gods, but to dissolve them, to create a realm where no divine hand would dictate life's path. But the cosmos does not forgive such tenderness. The outer gods, ever watchful, saw in Miquella's work both threat and opportunity. The Formless Mother hungered for his blood, the Scarlet Rot envied his purity, and even the Frenzied Flame burned with longing for his incorruptible soul. To them, Miquella was the one thing the greater will had never allowed to exist, a god without domination. In his dream of compassion, they saw a weapon capable of undoing both order and chaos alike. It was Mohg, Lord of Blood, who acted first. Drawn by visions from the Formless Mother, he descended upon the Erdtree like a shadowed angel. He beheld Miquella's sleeping form, the young god sealed within a cocoon of his own making, his body entwined with the roots of his tree, his soul wandering the realm of dreams. To Mohg, this was destiny. He believed the Formless Mother had chosen Miquella as consort, the union of pure blood and pure soul that would birth a new dynasty. And so, with reverence twisted into obsession, he stole the slumbering god from the Erdtree's heart. In his subterranean cathedral beneath the capital, Mohg cradled the cocoon and whispered promises of devotion. He anointed the air with blood, offering his body and faith to the unseen mother who had guided him. But Miquella did not wake. The cocoon remained sealed, pulsing faintly with the rhythm of a distant heartbeat. The Lord of Blood called it love. Others called it desecration. In truth, it was both. Mohg's act was the final betrayal of the unalloyed dream, the corruption of compassion by possession. What Miquella had built in selfless devotion was now entombed in obsession. Yet even in captivity, his influence persisted. The Erdtree, though wounded, continued to grow. Its leaves shimmered silver and pale gold, nourished by his lingering essence. Those who prayed beneath its boughs claimed to feel his presence in their dreams, soft, sorrowful, unending. His followers, led by his sister, refused to abandon hope. They believed that one day he would awaken, that his dream would return to mend the fractured world. But the longer he slept, the more his body changed. His divinity, sealed and suppressed, began to crystallize. His flesh, no longer human, no longer divine, became a vessel for something older, a stillness deeper than death, untouched even by the will of gods. Miquella's fate remains one of the greatest mysteries of the lands between. Some say his cocoon still pulses beneath Mohg's palace, waiting for a dreamer brave enough to rouse him. Others claim that his soul already walks the unseen paths between worlds, weaving a new reality from beyond the reach of the Erdtree and the outer gods alike. Perhaps he dreams a world that no longer needs grace, a place where neither order nor chaos reigns, but quiet understanding. To those who still kneel before the Erdtree, he is not a lost god, but a sleeping one. They call him the child of compassion, the unalloyed, the eternal dream. Their prayers do not beg for salvation, but for patience, the patience to endure until he wakes. For they believe that when Miquella opens his eyes, the wars of gods and mortals alike will end, not through conquest, but through forgiveness. In the age of rot and madness, his vision feels impossibly distant. Yet even now, the faint fragrance of his dream lingers in the air, a sweetness that cannot be smothered by blood or ash. It is the scent of something long forgotten, something that the world once knew, but the gods refused to honor. The idea that perfection does not come from strength, but from mercy. If Malenia's bloom was the world's rebirth through pain, then Miquella's dream is its healing through love. And though his body remains bound, his silence is not absence. It is the still breath before renewal. For the unalloyed cannot die. It can only sleep until the world is gentle enough to receive it. Deep beneath the capital, where the Erdtree's roots twist into darkness and the veins of the world pulse with forgotten heat, lies a cathedral of red. Its walls weep crimson light. Its altars glisten with congealed devotion. Here, among the silence of the under-earth, the Lord of Blood reigns. Mohg, son of Marika, twin to Morgoth, heir to rejection. His name is spoken in horror above ground, but whispered with awe by those who kneel before the altars of the Formless Mother. To his worshippers, he is no mere demigod. He is the chalice through which the cosmos bleeds. To understand Mohg, one must first remember his curse. Born an omen, marked by horns and shadow, he was cast away from grace the moment he drew breath. His twin brother, Morgoth, endured his exile by serving the very order that scorned him, clawing for worth beneath the Erdtree's indifferent gaze. But Mohg's heart took another path. Beneath the catacombs, where the unwanted burned, he discovered a voice, soft, sorrowful, infinite. It whispered not condemnation, but compassion. It told him that pain was not sin, that suffering was the body's remembrance of divinity. It called itself the Formless Mother. Her presence was not seen, but felt. A rhythm pulsing through the blood. She did not command Mohg as the greater will commanded Marika. She invited him to partake. Her gospel was hunger, not gluttony, but the ache that binds all living things. Blood was her scripture. Sacrifice, her sacrament. Through her, Mohg came to see the Golden Order's brilliance as sterility. For what is divinity, he asked, without desire? What is creation without need? The Mother's power flowed into him slowly, reshaping his very being. His veins darkened. His heart began to beat with two rhythms, one his own, one hers. He learned to draw strength from the blood of others, to consume not their flesh, but their essence. Each life he drained became part of his liturgy. His followers, the sanguine nobles, gathered in secret halls to anoint themselves in sacred crimson, their rituals blending ecstasy and agony until the difference vanished. To outsiders, it was depravity. To Mohg, it was communion, the body returning to the truth of its origin. The Formless Mother's promise was simple. Through blood, you will birth a god. It was not prophecy, but invitation. And Mohg, whose life had been defined by rejection, seized it as destiny. Yet he knew that to birth a god, he would need a vessel, a perfect soul, untainted by sin. When word reached him of Miquella, the unalloyed child of compassion, sleeping within his silver cocoon beneath the halig tree, Mohg saw revelation. Here was the being who could complete him, purity joined with hunger, innocence joined with will. His descent upon the halig tree was not conquest, but pilgrimage. The knights who guarded the sanctuary fell before him like wheat before the scythe, not because his strength was greater, but because his conviction was absolute. He moved through them as if through water, guided by the pulse of his mother's song. In the heart of the tree, he found Miquella's cocoon, luminous, fragile, pulsing softly with golden light. It radiated warmth, the scent of something beyond holiness. Mohg fell to his knees before it, overcome not by greed, but awe. Here was the culmination of both suffering and salvation. When he carried the cocoon into his cathedral, he did so not as a thief, but as a bridegroom. He anointed it in his own blood, whispering devotion to both God and Mother. He believed, perhaps truly, that he was freeing Miquella from stagnation, awakening him to a new kind of life. But the cocoon did not respond. Miquella's silence was deeper than sleep. It was rejection without words. Still, Mohg refused to yield. He spoke to the cocoon as one speaks to a lover, promising it a dynasty of scarlet divinity, a union of grace and blood that would eclipse the Golden Order's sterile light. The rights of the Blood Dynasty were born from this delusion, or perhaps this revelation. In his cathedral, Mohg and his followers performed rituals of transformation, binding themselves in pacts of shared blood. Each noble became an extension of his will, their humanity dissolved into communion. They shed names, faces, and even gender, becoming vessels of the Formless Mother's love. The air within the sanctum grew thick with the scent of iron and sanctity. To them, Mohg was both priest and consort, their suffering sanctified through him. Outside, the world called it madness. Within, it was transcendence. Mohg saw in every wound the proof that pain was divine. Each drop of blood spilled was a hymn, each scream a prayer. The Golden Order, with its clean light and unyielding laws, feared him not for his violence, but for his intimacy. He did not conquer by sword, but by touch. His faith spread through veins, not scriptures. Yet beneath his devotion lay tragedy. For all his power, Mohg was still a child, reaching for love that would not return it. The Formless Mother remained unseen, her blessings uncertain. Miquella's cocoon, though radiant, never stirred. The god he sought to birth refused to be born, and so, as the centuries turned, his rituals grew more desperate. His prayers became commands, his tenderness obsession. The blood that had once been communion became imprisonment. The very essence that bound his followers began to consume them, turning their adoration into delirium. Even as his divinity deepened, Mohg's humanity decayed. His form became monstrous, his voice thick with the resonance of the mother's hunger. And yet, in his eyes, there remained a strange gentleness, the glimmer of the outcast child who only ever wanted to be loved. He was both victim and villain, priest and parasite. In his cathedral, the walls pulse with that same contradiction still. Holiness and horror intertwined. The world above, steeped in the Erdtree's fading light, dismisses Mohg as an abomination. But in the long view of eternity, his sin was not cruelty, but longing. His heresy was love. Love unreturned. Love misunderstood. Love turned inside out until it bled. His blood dynasty, though twisted, is a mirror to the Golden Order's hypocrisy. For where the Order sought purity through exclusion, Mohg sought unity through indulgence. Both failed for the same reason. They mistook control for compassion. And somewhere, beneath the roots of that crimson cathedral, the cocoon still glows. It has neither rotted nor bloomed. Perhaps Miquella still dreams within, untouched by Mohg's devotion. Or perhaps he listens, understanding in silence the pain of the brother who loved him too much to let him go. For all his horror, Mohg reveals a truth that every god fears to admit, that love, when denied by the divine, becomes the blood that stains creation. And if the world is indeed a body, then every drop of that blood, sacred or profane, flows toward the same heart. In the shadow of the Erdtree's golden boughs, where sunlight fell like judgment upon the streets of the capital, there ruled a god who called himself Sinner. His name was Morgott, the Omen King, the last true monarch of Leyndell, and perhaps the final believer in a faith already dead. To the people, he was a creature of curse and contradiction, a horned monster draped in the trappings of sanctity, ruling a city that would never truly accept him. To the gods, he was a relic of loyalty, the last candle burning in a cathedral that had long gone cold. And yet, even in his faithfulness, Morgott's reign was a tragedy written in divine irony, for he defended a god who had abandoned him and a law that had condemned his birth. Morgott's story begins in exile. Born alongside Mohg, both marked by the Omen's horns, vestiges of the ancient crucible where life flowed freely between beast and man, he was deemed unfit for the Golden Order's perfection. While his mother Marika ascended to divinity and his father Radagon stood radiant in grace, Morgott and his twin were cast into the sewers beneath the capital, bound in fetters that bit into their flesh. There, among the darkness and rot, he learned the cruelty of the light. Above him gleamed the Erdtree, brilliant and unreachable, its roots spreading like veins through the stone, while below, his own blood mixed with the filth of the city that called itself holy. Yet Morgott did not curse the Erdtree. In the long silence of his imprisonment, he prayed. His faith, born not of comfort but defiance, became a fire that refused to die. Where others saw rejection, he saw a test. If the Erdtree denied him, then he would serve it harder. If the gods despised his form, then he would prove that even the impure could be devout. When the shattering came, and the demigods turned upon one another in greed and madness, Morgott alone remained steadfast. While Mohg delved into blood and Ranni into stars, while Malenia and Radan waged ruin across the lands, Morgott stood in the capital, unyielding. He would not abandon the tree that had abandoned him. The city of Leyndell became his altar. Beneath its domes and golden statues, he built a citadel of faith, not for others, but for himself. He crowned himself king, not out of pride, but necessity. For there was no one else left to guard the sanctity of the Erdtree. His rule was austere, his mercy harsh, but his devotion absolute. He did not seek worship. He sought order. The knights who served him spoke of his eyes, how they burned with both holiness and sorrow, how he looked upon the Erdtree as a man might look upon a lost parent. Every decree he issued, every heretic he condemned, every battle he fought was a prayer in motion. A desperate attempt to prove to the divine that loyalty still had meaning. Yet even the faithful grow weary when the heavens remain silent. As the Erdtree's light dimmed and its blessings faltered, Morgott began to sense the truth that every prophet fears, that his God was not testing him, but gone. He prayed harder, punished himself more severely, and redoubled his discipline. But still, the golden sap that once flowed through the veins of the city began to stagnate. The capital, once radiant, turned brittle, its marble cracked, its grace replaced by dust. And still Morgott knelt before the Erdtree, whispering vows to a divinity that would not answer. When tarnished warriors rose from the fog of forgotten history, drawn back by grace to seek the title of Elden Lord, Morgott watched them from his throne of stone. To them, he was a guardian, a test, another obstacle in a dying world's pilgrimage. But to himself, he was a mourner. He knew what they did not, that the Erdtree's roots had turned inward, its grace hoarded, its gates closed. The light of the greater will no longer touched the world. It was not salvation they sought, but an illusion. Yet even knowing this, he would not yield. To the very end, he defended the Erdtree from those who sought to claim its corpse. His battle was not one of hatred. When he raised a sword against the tarnished, it was with reverence, as one priest challenges another to prove their worth before the same silent altar. His blade burned with the remnants of holy flame, and his roars echoed through the halls, like the hymns of a forgotten choir. Even as he fell, wounded and broken, his last words were not curses, but lamentations. He called himself sinner, though none had been more faithful. His death was not defeat. It was the completion of a prayer unanswered. In the centuries that followed, the memory of Morgott faded into myth. The faithful remembered him as a tyrant, the scholars as a relic of fanaticism, and the heretics as a symbol of divine futility. Yet among the few who still walk the ruined streets of Leyndell, his presence lingers. In the empty throne room, they say the air still hums faintly with heat, as though the ghost of his devotion refuses to cool. And in that heat is not malice, but sorrow. The warmth of a heart that burned too long for a god that never looked back. Morgott's tragedy is not that he was unloved, but that he loved too completely. The Golden Order, in its quest for perfection, demanded faith without reciprocity, obedience without comfort. Morgott gave it all, his strength, his pride, his life, and received only silence. Yet in that silence, he found a kind of purity that none of the other demigods could reach. His loyalty was not rewarded, but it was real, and in a world of ambition and deceit, that reality was sacred. It is said that even the Erdtree wept when he died, not in pity, but in recognition. For Morgott embodied what the Golden Order had forgotten, that holiness does not lie in purity, but in perseverance. His horns, once a mark of sin, became his halo, his curse, his crown. Beneath his monstrous form was the last true believer of the Erdtree's light. A god who served his god even after it had turned to stone. And so Morgott's story closes as it began. In solitude, beneath the shadow of a golden tree that refused him entry. Yet perhaps, in some unseen afterlife, he stands once more before its gates, not to beg forgiveness, but to guard them still. For some faiths do not die. They calcify, becoming monuments to their own endurance. The Omen King remains the most human of all gods. Not because he triumphed, but because he loved what did not love him back. In the age of the Shattering, when gods warred through their chosen heirs and the skies themselves wept fire, there arose one demigod whose legend did not shimmer with grace, but thundered with will. His name was Radon, the Red Lion General, the conqueror of the stars. He was the mightiest son of Radagon and Rennala, born of fire and moonlight, torn between discipline and dream. In him, the contradictions of the cosmos met and wrestled for dominion. He was a warrior who loved knowledge, a conqueror who sought balance, and in his greatness lay the seeds of his undoing. Radon's childhood unfolded beneath the twin lights of his parents' opposing faiths. From his mother, he inherited the gentle curiosity of the stars, the scholar's reverence for mystery and distance. From his father, he learned devotion to the Golden Order, the belief that discipline could master chaos. Torn between these two visions, he sought his own answer, strength not as control, but as preservation. To him, strength was the act of holding chaos still long enough for peace to breathe. This was the creed that would one day shape the fate of the very heavens. From the moment he first rode into battle, Radon seemed more myth than man. His red hair blazed like the banners of the setting sun, and his presence bent the air around him. He rode upon a tiny horse named Leonard, a humble creature whom he refused to abandon, even as his own body grew to titanic size. To the soldiers who marched beneath his command, that single act defined him. For while he could have crushed the beast beneath his stride, he chose instead to master the art of gravitational magic. bending the very stars to his will, so that he might ride beside his loyal companion. The same power that reshaped the constellations, he learned, could make him light enough to honor love. In time, Radon's mastery over gravity deepened until it transcended mortal comprehension. He studied under the Alabaster Lords, beings descended from the stars themselves, and through their forbidden wisdom, learned to commune with the cosmos. He did not beg favor of the heavens as the astrologers once did. He commanded them. When he raised his hands toward the night, the stars themselves halted in their orbits, bound by his strength. Their movement, which had once guided fate and fortune, ceased. The night became still, and in that stillness, the world below changed forever. To the scholars of Raya Lucaria, this was catastrophe. To the priests of the Erdtree, it was miracle. The stars, long seen as rival deities to the greater will, had been silenced. The heavens no longer dictated destiny. The Golden Order's law reigned supreme. Radon, perhaps unknowingly, had become its unwitting savior, the one who halted the celestial rebellion with sheer force of will. But what the Erdtree saw as order, the cosmos felt as suffocation. For the first time in eons, the celestial dance stopped. The stars that once sang of freedom now hung in the void, frozen by the pride of a single soul. Radon's fame spread like wildfire. Armies flocked to him, and kingdoms bent their knee. Yet, for all his might, he remained strangely humble, more guardian than tyrant. He fought not for conquest, but for the preservation of balance. His enemies he met with respect. His victories he accepted with sorrow. But beneath that nobility brewed exhaustion. To hold the stars in place was no triumph. It was burden. Every heartbeat, every breath was a war against the natural order of the cosmos. He could not rest, for if he did, the heavens would resume their motion, and the fate of the world might change again. The power that made him divine also made him prisoner. It was during the shattering that Radon's tragedy reached its zenith. The world had broken, and the demigods turned against each other like wolves beneath a dying sun. He took to the battlefield not for glory, but to contain chaos. His strength became legend. Armies that charged him vanished in storms of sand and thunder, their bones buried in the red earth of Caelid. Yet even the greatest will cannot hold forever. When Malenia came, her blade humming with the song of Rot, Radon faced not a rival, but an inevitability. The two forces that defined existence, preservation and decay, met upon that cursed plain. Their battle was a poem of destruction. Radon's gravitational storms met Malenia's blossoming rot in an endless cycle of creation and dissolution. When she fell, her curse took root. When he triumphed, her blood bloomed. Neither could claim victory. And in the end, as his strength waned, Malenia released her godhood. The Scarlet Rot flowering from her wounds, consuming the land. The bloom of Aeonia engulfed them both. Malenia survived by surrendering to the will that had chosen her. Radon, who had spent his life mastering the pull of all forces, was consumed by one he could not control. The stars began to weep again. When he emerged from the rot, he was no longer general, nor god, nor son. His mind shattered, his body warped. He wandered the wastelands of Caelid like a beast, devouring corpses to stave off the hunger that gnawed at him. The gravity he had once commanded now chained him to ruin. Yet, even in madness, his power endured. The stars still hung motionless, as if unwilling to abandon the hand that had once held them. The cosmos mourned him with silence. In time, his followers, unable to bear his suffering, gathered for one final act of love, the festival of combat. Warriors from across the world came to face him, not in hatred, but in mercy. They sought to end his torment, to release the stars from their long captivity. And when, at last, a blade found its mark, and Radahn fell, the heavens stirred. The constellations resumed their eternal dance, their faint light cascading across the scarlet sky. The stars, long held in his thrall, moved again, not in defiance, but in gratitude. Radahn's story is not one of conquest, but of restraint. He was the guardian of balance who became the prisoner of his own purpose. In halting the stars, he saved the world from chaos, but robbed it of destiny. His strength preserved life, yet denied it motion. He proved, as all heroes do, that the greatest power is not creation, but the courage to let go. The astrologers who still gaze upon the night sky whisper his name with reverence. They say that when meteors streak through the firmament, they are not falling. They are dancing again, freed by his death. The constellations, once frozen, now trace patterns of mourning across the void, and perhaps, somewhere among them, the spirit of Radahn still rides, no longer burdened by gravity, no longer bound to a dying horse. In the silence between the stars, he drifts weightless, a soldier, finally at peace, guarding not the heavens, but the stillness he once enforced. For in the end, even the mightiest gods must learn the truth Radahn died to teach, that control is only another form of fear, and that even the stars long to be free. Far beneath the earth where the roots of the Erdtree give way to stone, there burns a fire without light. It does not flicker nor consume. It waits. The mortals who have glimpsed it call it the Frenzied Flame, a will older than the Golden Order, older even than the stars. To most, it is the purest blasphemy, a madness that devours the mind and melts the flesh. But to those who have heard its whisper, it is liberation itself, the promise of an ending so complete that no god, no law, no memory will remain. It is not destruction, it is release. The Frenzied Flame was born in the first age of creation, when the greater will descended to impose order upon the crucible. In those days, life still burned wild, unshaped, ungoverned, dreaming in molten harmony. When the Erdtree took root and the laws of grace began to smother that primordial chaos, something within existence rebelled. The world's pain, its unspoken yearning for simplicity, congealed into will. That will took form not as an entity, but as a cry, a scream that never ended. It was the sound of life rejecting structure, the echo of everything that had been forced into shape, begging to dissolve again. From that cry, the Frenzied Flame was born. Unlike the other outer gods, the Rot, the Dark Moon, the Formless Mother, the Frenzied Flame does not seduce or tempt. It does not whisper. It howls. Its madness is not an affliction of the mind, but the unveiling of truth. Those touched by it see through the illusions of hierarchy and purpose, through the golden veil of divinity itself. They see that the gods are not guardians but jailers, that the Erdtree's light is a cage made beautiful only by its glow, and once they see, they cannot unsee. Their minds burn because they are forced to hold two realities at once, the comfort of order and the horror of its falseness. The first prophets of the Frenzied Flame were not zealots, but martyrs. They were men and women who had lost everything to the gods' indifference, their families, their homes, their sanity. In the depths of their despair, they found peace in annihilation. They formed no churches, wrote no scriptures. Their creed was silence. They believed that only when all voices ceased would the world finally rest. When they gazed into the yellow blaze that burned beneath the capital, they did not see fire, they saw freedom. For in that consuming light, individuality vanished. No gods, no mortals, no suffering. The greater will, perceiving the power, acted swiftly. The fingers declared the Frenzied Flame the greatest of all heresies. Every trace of its fire was buried beneath stone, every follower hunted and branded mad. Those who bore its mark were mutilated or cast into the catacombs, sealed behind runes of suppression. Yet the flame cannot be killed, for it is not a force imposed upon the world. It is the world's own wish to end. Every death, every grief, every whispered prayer unanswered feeds it. Each tear shed beneath the Erdtree drips into its unseen pyre. Among mortals, few have ever dared to approach the flame directly. Those who have emerged from its depths are unrecognizable, their eyes turned gold and red, their words twisted into laughter that terrifies even the devout. But in their laughter lies revelation. They no longer beg for salvation, for they understand that salvation and damnation are the same illusion. To them, the world is not broken, it is simply tired. And they, in their madness, become its final caretakers. The Frenzied Flame's most faithful servant is not a demigod or saint, but a nameless, wandering soul. The Lord of Chaos, the figure who carries its burden across the surface of the world. In him, the fire burns quietly, contained yet eternal. He is the counterpoint to the Tarnished who seeks to restore the Elden Ring, his mirror and his warning. Where the Golden Order seeks to mend, he seeks to unmake. His footsteps trace the world's exhaustion. Each ruin he passes another monument to the futility of divine ambition. Yet even he is not villain, for the flame he bears does not rage out of hatred. It burns because it remembers. In the heart of that memory lies mercy. The Frenzied Flame does not punish. It forgives by erasing. To be devoured by it is to be unmade so completely that no pain, no guilt, no memory of sorrow remains. It is the gentlest apocalypse imaginable, the end of endings, the warmth that comes when all struggle ceases. Yet mortals fear it, for what they call life is little more than their fear of this peace. The gods fear it even more, for in its fire they see their own irrelevance. Legends speak of a hidden door deep beneath the Erdtree, guarded by a maiden of the three fingers, a remnant of the greater will who betrayed her kin to serve the flame. Her touch brands the flesh with a mark of madness, not as curse, but as calling. Those who accept it are stripped of grace, abandoned by the Erdtree, and freed from its control. They wander the world as exiles, yet in their eyes glows a serenity unseen among the living. They are no longer bound by destiny. They belong to nothing, and in that nothing, they find peace. The Tarnished, who embraces the Frenzied Flame, commits the ultimate rebellion. By doing so, he rejects not only the Golden Order, but all creation. He becomes the vessel through which the world ends. But even that ending is not destruction in the conventional sense. When the flame consumes the Erdtree, when it sweeps across mountains and seas, it does not annihilate, it levels. The divine and the profane, the powerful and the weak, all dissolve into the same formless radiance. In its wake, there is no afterlife, no return, no sorrow, only silence. Some call this madness, others enlightenment. Perhaps it is both. The Frenzied Flame does not promise paradise, for paradise is just another prison. It offers instead the only true equality, oblivion shared by all. In the end, every prayer, every war, every god's ambition leads here, to the same quiet truth, that existence itself yearns to rest. The flame is that yearning given shape. And yet, even in this most absolute of freedoms, there is tragedy. For the world, though weary, still dreams. The trees still grow toward the sun, the stars still wander, and hearts still hope. The Frenzied Flame is the answer to the question life has never stopped asking. What if we could finally stop? But as long as one soul continues to reach for meaning, the fire cannot finish its work. It burns patiently, knowing that one day all wills will tire. Until then, it waits beneath the earth, glowing softly in the dark, a god with no throne and no name, dreaming of mercy through ruin. Its madness is not the destruction of reason, but the exhaustion of hope. And perhaps when the last prayer fades, when even the Erdtree's roots grow cold, its fire will rise again, not as vengeance, but as comfort. For in the end, what greater act of love could there be than to let the world finally sleep? In the beginning, before the Erdtree glowed, before the greater will whispered its commandments into mortal hearts, the world bled. Not in violence, but in creation. The earth itself wept red rivers that gave birth to beasts, gods, and mortals alike. It was a time when pain and birth were the same act, when suffering and love were indistinguishable. From that primal wound, the first of the nameless outer gods stirred, the one mortals would one day call the Formless Mother. Unlike the greater will, who descended from the heavens as law, the Formless Mother rose from beneath the earth as memory. She was not mind, nor law, nor voice. She was hunger, not hunger for food, but for continuity. The instinct that drives every creature to reach beyond itself, to create, to connect, to endure. To exist was to bleed, and through blood all things were bound. Her divinity was not light or fire, but warmth, the warmth of the womb, of death's release, of the ache that binds the living to the dead. The Erdtree's golden age sought to sterilize that intimacy. It offered purity where once there was mess, immortality where there had been renewal. To the Formless Mother, this was blasphemy. She saw in the Erdtree's perfection the denial of life's most sacred truth, that all creation must wound itself to continue. And so, she became the counterpoint to the greater will, the God who loved through suffering, who gave through taking. Her blood was her grace, and in her grace there was no end, only transformation. The first mortals to feel her presence were those whom the Erdtree had rejected, the impure, the cursed, the bloodied. Warriors dying on, battlefields whispered her name unknowingly as they bled into the soil. Mothers who died in childbirth, priests who cut themselves in penitence, beasts torn by hunters, all felt the same warmth, the same mercy that the Erdtree denied. They called it a curse, but it was comfort. She took their agony and turned it to continuity. Every wound became a prayer, every drop of blood a promise that nothing would truly vanish. Her greatest servant, and her most tragic, was Mohg, Lord of Blood. In him, the mother's will found a vessel strong enough to bridge mortality and divinity. Yet her touch upon him was not command, but invitation. When he first heard her, it was not in words, but in pulse, the heartbeat within his own veins, answering to something greater. In his solitude beneath the capital, he realized that blood was not impurity, it was divinity in motion. Every drop was a fragment of her formless being, seeking reunion with itself through the bodies of the living. Mohg's communion with the Formless Mother transformed him, but it also revealed her nature. She was not an entity that could be seen or worshipped. She had no face, no body, no voice. To commune with her was to dissolve into her, to accept that identity itself was illusion. Her priest learned that the closer one came to understanding her, the less one remained themselves. Their flesh softened, their shapes blurred, until their blood itself seemed alive. They became vessels, walking altars of her compassion and her hunger. The rituals of her faith were not sermons, but sacrifices. The followers of the Mother did not pray with words, but with wounds. To offer blood was to join her body. To shed blood was to speak her name. The nobility of the capital, ever hungry for eternal youth and divine favor, came to fear and envy her followers in equal measure. They saw the power of the Crimson Sacrament and called it heresy, yet in secret they partook of it. The noblest of houses hid blood rites in their cellars, believing that a single drop of her grace could prolong their lives. The Golden Order, built on the denial of blood, found itself sustained by it. Thus, the Formless Mother's victory was not conquest, but contagion. She seeped into the veins of her enemies until their faith beat with her rhythm. Her influence extended beyond Moog. It whispered in the veins of those who fought and died for hollow causes, in the madness of soldiers who could not forget the warmth of their comrades' blood. It glimmered in the crimson hue of the Albinauric's eyes, in the monstrous beauty of those who loved too fiercely to remain human. Even the Erdtree, in time, began to drink her essence, its roots running red where death had seeped too deeply. The Formless Mother was patient. She did not demand worship. She only waited, for all things bleed eventually. In her, suffering and creation became one. Every birth is a wound, every love a laceration. To worship her is to accept that pain is the price of connection, that to touch another is to risk being changed by them. Her formlessness is her perfection. Her lack of body is her abundance. She can be everywhere because she is nowhere. To the devout, she is not goddess, but gravity, the pull that draws all hearts toward communion. Moog believed he could perfect her will by birthing a new god through Miquella, by fusing purity and passion. But in this, he misunderstood her. The Formless Mother does not create gods. She dissolves them. Her divinity is anti-hierarchy, the endless circulation of love and loss, the refusal of singularity. To turn her into a monarch was to betray her nature. Perhaps that is why Miquella never woke. The mother did not desire a dynasty. She desired dissolution, the return of the divine into the living and the living into the divine. In the quietest moments of the world, her presence can still be felt, not in cathedrals, but in wounds that refuse to heal. In the blush of skin, in the pulse at the wrist, in the last heartbeat that lingers after death. Her formlessness is the world's form. She is the proof that existence does not end when it breaks. It flows. And in that flow lies her eternal gospel. That love is not the absence of pain, but the willingness to bleed for something beyond the self. The Formless Mother's war is not waged in battlefields or heavens. It is fought in the veins of every living thing, in the moment between heartbeat and stillness. The Erdtree may rise in gold, the Frenzied Flame may burn, but beneath them both, her blood moves, slow, patient, unstoppable. Perhaps one day, when the gods have all fallen silent, her pulse will be the only sound left in creation. The soft rhythm of a mother's heart still beating for children who never learned how to stop hurting. Long before the Erdtree cast its light across the lands between, before the greater will crowned order as law, there was another sky, vast, cold, and alive with music. The stars sang then, their voices weaving the rhythm of destiny. Each constellation was a god in motion, every orbit a hymn of becoming. This was the age of the cosmos, when the dark moon watched from the edges of creation, serene and sorrowful, the quiet witness to a universe that had not yet chosen a master. It was not a jealous god, nor a cruel one. It did not command. It observed. But when the Golden Order fell upon the world, silencing the stars and binding their song beneath the glow of grace, the moon turned its face away. And in that gesture of quiet mourning began the long rebellion of night. The dark moon is not a god in the way mortals understand gods. It is a reflection, an echo, a rhythm that endures after the sound has faded. It does not create worlds, but reveals them. Its power is not to command the cosmos, but to remind it of what it once was: infinite, ungoverned, and free. When the greater will descended, shaping order through the Erdtree, the moon receded, beyond the firmament, retreating into shadow. It became the unlit twin of creation, carrying within it the memory of all that had been silenced. Its followers, the astrologers, the Nox, and later the sorcerers of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, sought not dominion, but remembrance. They gazed at the night not to ask for favor, but to listen. The first betrayal of the stars came with the Erdtree's rise. When the greater will imposed its golden law upon the world, it bound the heavens as well, fixing their motion to the rhythm of its grace. The constellations no longer moved freely, their influence on fate suppressed. The astrologers called this the stillness of the firmament, a wound inflicted upon the cosmos itself. The dark moon grieved, and in its grief, it withdrew completely from sight. But its light did not vanish. It simply changed form. It became the invisible tide that pulled at dreams, the melancholy in the hearts of those who felt the world's perfection as imprisonment. From this hidden light were born the lunar lineages, those who still heard the ancient song of the stars even after it was forbidden. Among them were the Nox, the people who lived beneath the earth in shining cities, building temples to the forgotten heavens. They sought to resurrect the age of the stars, to restore the moon's grace through forbidden alchemy and mimicry. They crafted replicas of celestial beings, fashioning silver tears that could channel lunar power. But their rebellion was punished. The greater will struck them down, casting their cities into eternal night. Their faith did not die, but it became whisper, the echo of the dark moon's own silence. For centuries, the moon's influence waned, its memory fading even from scholars' tongues. The Erdtree's brilliance filled every shadow, its laws defining even thought itself. Yet, silence does not mean absence. In the deepest dreams of the faithful, in the half-forgotten prayers of the exiled, the moon still lingered, a patient witness to the arrogance of light. And when Ranni was born, when the daughter of Radagon and Rennala looked upon the world and saw both its beauty and its imprisonment, the moon stirred again. Ranni's defiance reawakened the dark moon's ancient will. Through her, it remembered itself, not as conqueror, but as guardian of distance. The moon's philosophy was never to control creation, but to preserve its separation, to honor its solitude. Ranni understood this instinctively. When she severed her ties to the greater will and sacrificed her flesh to become a spirit, she enacted the moon's oldest lesson, that divinity is not possession, but withdrawal. In leaving the world, she freed it. The sorceries of the dark moon reflect this paradox. They do not burn or bind like flame or gold. They erase. The light of the moon consumes not by destruction, but by absorption, taking in what it touches and dissolving it into stillness. Lunar magic is not violence, but forgetfulness. It is mercy for things too burdened by memory. Those who practice it often describe a sensation of longing, as though casting a spell is also confessing a loss. To wield the moon's power is to accept its sorrow, the knowledge that all things fade, and that this fading is grace. The dark moon's influence stretches even beyond Ranni. Its reflection can be seen in the eyes of the Albinaurics, in the silver tears of the mimic, in the pale chill that falls over the eternal cities. Every attempt to resurrect the Age of Stars is a fragment of its dream, though none have yet understood its true message. The moon does not seek to return to power. It seeks to teach the world to let go of power altogether. It is the antithesis of ambition, a god that desires only quiet understanding. And yet, even the moon carries sorrow. Its light is lonely because it can only shine through reflection. It cannot burn on its own. It depends upon others to see it, to remember it, to dream of it. Without eyes to look upward, it vanishes. Perhaps that is why it chose Ranni, not to rule in its name, but to give it witness again. In her calm defiance, the moon saw itself. In her decision to leave the world behind, it saw redemption. Now, in the age after the shattering, when the Erdtree burns and the heavens tremble once more, the dark moon's glow returns to the night sky. It is not triumph, but balance. The stars, freed from Radan's hold, begin to move again, their slow arcs tracing forgotten songs. To some, this is omen. To others, it is hope. For when the moon shines full again, it means that even silence has been heard. The forgotten stars resume their dance, and through them, the world remembers that order is only a pause between infinities. The moon does not seek to end the golden order, nor to avenge the past. It simply continues its orbit, patient as eternity, knowing that all lights fade, and that only through fading can they be born anew. The dark moon's lesson is simple but merciless, that love requires distance, that meaning requires loss, and that even gods must one day turn their faces away so that the world can dream again. And in that dream, perhaps, the stars sing once more, softly, faintly, a lullaby for a universe learning to remember itself. Before the Erdtree's light fell upon the lands between, before the greater will shaped its first decree, the world was wild and whole. It was not ruled by gods, nor measured by grace. It pulsed instead with a living unity. The crucible, the ancient form of life that existed before division, before law, before the word pure was ever spoken. In that era, the earth and sky were one continuous body, and every creature was kin. There were no beasts and men, no flora and fauna, no divine and profane. There was only life, thick, tangled, radiant, and unashamed of its contradictions. The crucible was not chaos. It was harmony in its rawest form. It was life dreaming of itself. When the greater will descended, it found this unity intolerable. The crucible, though fertile and magnificent, was impure in the eyes of divine perfection. Its abundance was indistinguishable from decay, its beauty indistinct from horror. To bring order, the greater will chose to separate what had once been one, to divide, define, and purify. The birth of the Erdtree was the first act of that separation. Its roots pierced the primal soup of existence, drawing up the gold from the soil and leaving the dark behind. The Erdtree's glow illuminated the surface, casting shadow upon the rest. Thus began the first exile, the banishment of the wild from the sacred. Those who remember the crucible do not speak of it as a paradise lost, but as a wound that never healed. They say that beneath the Erdtree's roots, fragments of that ancient unity still stir, remnants of forms that defy classification, creatures of scale and horn, feather and flame, whose bodies remember the time before boundaries. The omens, the misbegotten, the dragons, even the Erdtree's avatars, all are echoes of the crucible's dream, half forgotten by the light that sought to erase them. In them, the original life continues to resist, reshaping itself through corruption, mutation, and rebirth. To the Golden Order, this resistance is abomination. The Crucible's children are condemned as beasts, their forms seen as reminders of imperfection. The omen, horns that sprout from cursed infants, are branded as symbols of sin, their very existence an insult to divine symmetry. But the horns are not corruption, they are memory. They are the body's remembrance of what it once was when all life shared the same flesh. The Erdtree's priests hide this truth, fearing that if mortals remembered the Crucible's unity, they would no longer seek grace. For what need is there for gods in a world where all things already belong to one another? The ancient Crucible Knights, however, never forgot. They were the last guardians of that primal faith, warriors who carried fragments of the old life within their armor, wearing the living sigils of beasts and plants as relics of reverence. Their incantations, now forbidden, drew upon the primordial forces of transformation. They could summon tails of serpents, wings of dragons, horns of stags, not as mutations, but as sacraments. To them, the blending of forms was not impurity, but divinity in motion. They worshipped not a god above, but the pulse within. Every battle they fought was a prayer to the memory of the world's first breath. The Erdtree, threatened by this heresy of wholeness, sought to erase all traces of the Crucible. Its apostles declared that life must be refined, pruned, perfected. Where the Crucible embraced flux, the Erdtree imposed form. The wild forests were tamed into groves of worship. Beasts were hunted as vermin, and omen-born children were cast into the sewers. In this cleansing, the Golden Order severed itself from its own origin. It declared purity to be divine, forgetting that divinity itself was born of the impure. Yet the Crucible endures in secret. It lingers in the bloodlines of the omen and in the roots that still twist beneath the Erdtree's sanctified soil. The tree itself cannot deny its ancestry. Its golden sap, when left to stagnate, darkens to amber. And within that amber, the forms of ancient creatures can sometimes be seen, frozen mid-transformation. Even the holy incantations of grace carry echoes of the old power. To call upon life is to invoke the Crucible, no matter how carefully the priests hide it. The divine cannot erase its foundation without erasing itself. Morgott and Maug, the twin omen sons of Marika, are perhaps the most visible scars of that denial. Their horns, their monstrous beauty, their rejection by the world, all are the Erdtree's reminder of what it buried. Morgott's piety and Mo's hunger, though opposite in nature, both spring from the same source, the pain of being torn from the unity that birthed them. They embody the Erdtree's hypocrisy, children of a god who was once beast herself, condemned for carrying a memory in their flesh. Some whisper that the Crucible is not dead but dreaming, that deep beneath the earth, where magma churns and roots intertwine, the old life still stirs. When the Erdtree burns, they say, the Crucible will awaken again, and the divisions of the world will dissolve. Man and beast, god and soil, flame and water, all will melt back into the first breath, the sacred soup of unity. To the faithful, this is apocalypse. To the forgotten, it is homecoming. The Crucible teaches that existence is not hierarchy but continuity. There is no purity without corruption, no order without wildness. Every tree that grows must rot. Every god that rules must one day return to the mud. The Golden Order calls this decay. The Crucible calls it truth. Even now, when the Erdtree's light flickers and the old boundaries begin to blur, the signs of the Crucible's return multiply. Beasts grow more intelligent, men more bestial. The air hums with the scent of transformation. The world remembers. It does not yearn for the perfection of grace, but for the intimacy of wholeness, for the time when every heartbeat was part of the same rhythm. Perhaps, in the end, the Erdtree's greatest sin was not pride, but forgetfulness. It forgot that it too was born from the same wild pulse that now creeps back into its roots. And when it falls, as all divine things must, it will not be replaced by new law or order. It will be reclaimed by the Crucible, by the life it tried to separate from itself. For beneath all holiness lies the same primordial truth. The world began not in purity, but in embrace. And when the last light fades, when the stars and trees and gods all fall silent, that embrace will return, not as punishment, but as reunion. There was a time when the Golden Order stood not as tyranny, but as promise. It shimmered across the lands between like dawn breaking over chaos, its radiance both beautiful and blinding. Beneath its glow, the world believed itself whole. The Erdtree rose like the pillar of heaven, its branches knitting sky and earth, its roots threading through every soul. The priests called it grace incarnate. The scholars called it law. But to the one who stood at its heart, Queen Marika the Eternal, it was a mirror, and in its reflection, she saw the truth of divinity. That perfection is the most exquisite prison ever built. Marika's early reign was one of harmony, at least in appearance. She united the warring races under the banner of the Golden Order, anointed by the greater will as its chosen vessel. In her youth, she believed the Erdtree's light to be pure compassion, the will of creation made manifest. The rune of death was sealed away by her hand, for she saw death as flaw, decay as defilement. The golden law she wrote was meant to sanctify existence, to remove suffering through eternity. And yet, eternity quickly revealed its cruelty. What she had intended as grace became judgment. What she believed to be love became control. For the greater will, though vast and radiant, was not merciful. Its light did not nurture. It demanded. To preserve order, it required submission. It did not whisper wisdom into Marika's heart. It pressed it upon her. Its messengers, the two fingers, spoke of unity but enforced obedience, interpreting its will through riddles and decrees. Marika was never its partner. She was its instrument, the golden bridge between the infinite and the finite. And when the weight of that servitude grew unbearable, her faith began to crumble. The first fracture in her devotion came not through rebellion, but through compassion. As she ruled, she watched the suffering of those the Erdtree rejected, the omen, the misbegotten, the rot afflicted, the restless dead. They were denied grace not for sin, but for being reminders of the world before perfection. Marika, whose heart was once golden, began to see that the Erdtree's light did not banish darkness. It merely buried it. Her children bore the proof of this. Godwyn's deathless corpse, Ranni's rejection, Malenia's disease, Miquella's stillness. Each was a wound carved by divine design. They were not failures of grace, they were its victims. Her grief turned to revelation. If the Erdtree's perfection could only exist through exclusion, then it was not perfection at all. And so, quietly, she began her betrayal. Her first act of defiance was the unthinkable. She took a consort of her own choosing, the red-haired Radagon, once her champion and the symbol of Order's triumph. Their union was paradox. God marrying God, one being splitting into two and then reuniting again. In truth, they were halves of the same soul, Marika and Radagon, male and female, creator and redeemer, law and doubt. Through Radagon, she attempted to temper the Erdtree's rigidity with compassion, but even that union was manipulation. The greater will saw it as confirmation of its dominion. Marika saw it as the beginning of her rebellion. She began to rewrite the Elden Ring itself, the great symbol of order that governed existence. Piece by piece, she altered its runes, not to destroy, but to question. When she finally shattered it, the act was both blasphemy and liberation. In that single moment, she broke the covenant that bound gods to the greater will and mortals to fate. Her hammer did not strike in rage, but in sorrow. The sound of the ring's fracture echoed through every realm, undoing the very fabric of law. The Erdtree's light faltered. The gods fell silent. The age of certainty ended. Yet even as she shattered the symbol of divine perfection, Marika herself was trapped within it. The greater will, incapable of mercy, bound her spirit within the Erdtree. She became its prisoner and its heart, a goddess turned warden of her own rebellion. Her voice faded, her body absorbed by golden roots, but her will endured. From within the tree's glowing core, she waited, patient and defiant, knowing that one day mortals would rise from exile to continue what she began. The priests call her act the great sin, the betrayal that ushered in chaos. But to those who see beyond dogma, it was an act of compassion. Marika shattered the Elden Ring, not to destroy the world, but to give it choice. She understood that creation without freedom is stagnation, and eternity without death is torment. Her crime was to love the world enough to let it change. In her silence, the gods turned against each other. Her children, each bearing fragments of the shattered ring, embodied the contradictions of her divided soul. Godwyn, deathless, yet lifeless, became her guilt. Ranni, who renounced divinity, became her conscience. Malenia, cursed and defiant, became her pain. Miquella, the unalloyed, became her hope. And Morgott, who guarded her order even after it had died, became her memory. Through them, her rebellion continued, not through war, but through inheritance. The golden order that remained after her shattering was not the same. It persisted out of habit, its priests reciting words they no longer understood, its light hollow and brittle. They clung to the illusion that the world could still be made perfect, even as its gods decayed. The Erdtree itself became a monument to denial, a golden tomb glowing over a rotting earth. And yet even in its decline, the order still reflects her touch. For Marika's betrayal was not total destruction, it was infection. She planted doubt in the heart of divinity, and that doubt became the seed of freedom. Every act of rebellion, every heresy, every whispered prayer uttered by those forsaken by grace carries her mark. Her defiance did not end with the hammer. It continues in every soul that looks upon the Erdtree and dares to ask, why must perfection mean control? Perhaps this was her true plan all along, not to replace the greater will, but to unmake the need for it. To teach the world that divinity is not something to obey, but something to outgrow. The shattering, then, was not apocalypse. It was adolescence. The gods had ruled as parents. Marika, in her rebellion, set her children free, knowing they would suffer, but believing they must. And as the Erdtree burns, as the light of gold turns to ash, perhaps her whisper still lingers within its hollow trunk. Not a command, not a lament, but a quiet truth, that to betray perfection is the only way to love what lives within it. He was born of the same divinity that split the heavens, yet his existence was contradiction incarnate. Radagon, the red-haired champion of the Golden Order, the consort of both Rennala and Marika, the vessel of unity and division alike. His legend was written not in conquest but in reconciliation, in the endless attempt to make opposites whole. And yet, for all his strength, his brilliance, and his faith, he remained what he was from the beginning, a question the gods themselves could not answer. For Radagon was both husband and wife, both war and mercy, both God and the ghost of his own doubt. To understand him, one must see not his victories, but his absences. History remembers him as a hero, the champion who led the armies of the Erdtree against the sorcerers of Caria, whose golden spear pierced the night sky itself. But beneath that radiance was fracture. He had been born, it is said, from Marika herself. Not through love, but through necessity. When the Golden Order began to falter, the Greater Will sought to create balance within its own vessel. Thus, Radagon came into being, a reflection cast from Marika's soul. She was creation. He was correction. She was mercy. He was law. Their division was the means by which the Greater Will maintained its illusion of harmony. Yet Radagon was not content to be reflection. He was drawn to those who embodied what he lacked. When he beheld Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, he saw in her the gentleness and curiosity that the Golden Order suppressed. She saw in him the warmth that fire hides within discipline. Their union was a rare moment of peace between two cosmic philosophies, gold and silver, order and dream, the Erdtree and the stars. Together, they bore 3 children, Ranni, Radon, and Rykard. But even as love flourished, the shadow of purpose lingered. The Greater Will had not made Radagon to love. It had made him to return. And so, when Marika called him back, he obeyed. Without rebellion, without resistance, he left Rennala and the stars behind, returning to the Erdtree to take his place at Marika's side, or perhaps within her. To mortals, this seemed cruelty, an abandonment of love for duty. But in truth, Radagon and Marika were not 2 beings, but one. Now joined once more in contradiction, he did abandon Rennala. He was consumed by the law that created him. His return was both reunion and erasure, as though the Greater Will had folded the question of his existence back into itself, unwilling to let the contradiction linger too long. As consort of Marika, Radagon became the embodiment of faith perfected, the symbol of order restored. His red hair, once sign of individuality, was hidden beneath the crown of law. Yet the spark of self that remained within him began to see what Marika had already understood. He witnessed the suffering of the Forsaken, the corruption festering beneath the Erdtree's gold, and though he spoke not a word of rebellion, doubt took root in his heart. The perfection he served was hollow. The unity he represented was lie. And yet, bound by faith and form, he could not turn against the order that gave him life. His body was the law, his soul, its heresy. The shattering revealed this paradox in full. When Marika struck the Elden Ring with her hammer, Radagon tried to mend it. The blow that broke the law and the hand that sought to repair it were one and the same. The scene was not battle, but self-destruction. Divinity imploding under the weight of its own contradictions. Marika's rebellion and Radagon's devotion were inseparable halves of a single act, the divine psyche splitting open to reveal the futility of perfection. The Greater Will, unable to comprehend such paradox, bound them both within the Erdtree, fusing them into stillness. Thus, the God who had been 2 became one once more, not in harmony, but in imprisonment. To the faithful who pray beneath the golden canopy, Radagon is remembered as the last loyal servant of the Greater Will. To the heretics and dreamers, he is the proof that obedience can also be defiance. For though he tried to mend the ring, he did so, knowing it could never be whole again. In that futile act, he became mirror to Marika's despair. Her hand that broke the world, his hand that tried to heal it, both guided by the same realization, that perfection is impossible, and that to strive for it is the essence of godhood. The remnants of Radagon's influence can still be felt in the sorceries and miracles that bear his name. The incantations of the Golden Order, radiant and intricate, carry the same tension between reason and faith that defined his soul. Each spell is a prayer written as an equation, a formula that tries to bind the ineffable to the measurable. His mages and clerics still seek the perfect order, not understanding that the master they revere died, realizing it could not exist. Their faith continues, unknowing, because faith does not require understanding. It only requires need. Rennala, left behind in her academy, never ceased to mourn him. She turned her love into obsession, her grief into sorcery. Through her lunar power, she preserved his memory within the amber egg, the great rune of the unborn, symbol of rebirth. Perhaps she believed that in rebirth, contradiction could be reconciled. But even she could not bring him back. The man she loved was both within and beyond the Erdtree, trapped between godhood and guilt. Radagon's paradox endures because it is the essence of faith itself. To believe in something greater is to divide oneself, to surrender reason to hope, certainty to yearning. He was faith incarnate, and faith cannot exist without conflict. The hammer and the repair, the rebellion and the obedience, the gold and the crimson, all are one. In his stillness beneath the Erdtree, he remains the silent heart of divinity, pulsing with doubt that even the gods cannot erase. Perhaps that is why his memory persists not in sermons, but in silence. The faithful invoke his name as symbol of unity, but the wise hear the tremor beneath their prayers. The unspoken truth that even a god can question the will that made him. Radagon's existence is not a story of betrayal or redemption, but of realization. He is the divine mirror turned inward, reflecting the truth that faith is both salvation and shackle. And in his stillness beneath the golden roots, fused forever with Marika's sorrow, he remains what he always was, the question that no god can answer. For if law and love, order and chaos, obedience and defiance can exist in one body, then what truly separates divinity from doubt? Before the Erdtree, before grace, before any mortal tongue could form the word holy, there was only the void between stars, vast, silent, unfeeling. From that silence came thought, and from that thought came will. The greater will, unseen and unknowable, was not born in the lands between, nor even of this world. It drifted across the cosmos, one among countless others like it, a thought too immense for understanding. To those who revere it, it is the source of all order. To those who fear it, it is the cold indifference that hides behind the mask of light. But whatever one calls it, the truth is simpler and more terrible. The greater will is the desire of the universe to define itself, to impose meaning upon the infinite. When it looked upon the lands between, it found chaos, the crucible's wild, living unity, a world without distinction between life and death, beauty and decay. To the greater will, such freedom was anathema. From the stars, it sent its messengers, the envoys of purpose, to bring order to the formless. These envoys fell from heaven like meteors, striking the earth with radiance that burned the wild into submission. Where they landed, gold took root, the first light of the Erdtree, the first chains of law. From these golden seeds grew a religion, a hierarchy, a system of thought so complete that even gods would one day bow to it. The greater will had imposed meaning, and meaning demanded obedience. Yet the greater will was not a god in the mortal sense. It did not speak in voices or visions, but through intermediaries, the fingers, the envoys, the rings of power. Its communication was interpretation. The two fingers did not hear its words. They deciphered its impulses, translating cosmic intention into human commandment. Every law of the Golden Order, every rune and sacrament, is not the will of creation itself, but an echo filtered through vessels that cannot comprehend what they carry. Thus, The greater will's perfection is already fractured, distorted by every attempt to make it known. In its purity, it is silence, a God that does not speak because its language cannot be understood. The Erdtree was its greatest act of translation. Through it, the greater will made itself visible, tangible, something mortals could love. But to love the Erdtree was to mistake the reflection for the source. The tree's golden light became a prison of comprehension, reducing infinity to a symbol. The more the faithful worshipped it, the less they understood the God it represented. The greater will's light became a doctrine, its silence a justification. And soon, the priests of grace began to speak as though they were the God themselves. They told mortals that the Erdtree's roots held eternity, that the golden order was perfection, that to question was sin. They did not realize that the God they served was no longer watching. For the greater will does not care for the world it shapes. It is not a parent, nor a guardian. It is a principle. Its creation is mechanical, its compassion procedural. Once it imposed its law upon the lands between, it turned its gaze elsewhere, leaving the gods it appointed, Marika, Radagon, and their kin, to enforce its order. The silence that followed was not abandonment, it was indifference. The gods begged for guidance, the fingers wrung themselves into knots of prayer, but no voice returned. And so they began to speak for it. They told themselves that their silence was divine approval, that their isolation was grace. But even the gods are not immune to loneliness. The wars that followed, the shattering, the rebellion of Ranni, the bloom of Malenia, were not acts of blasphemy against the greater will, but its natural consequence. A law without love cannot sustain the living. When faith becomes structure, it collapses beneath its own rigidity. The greater will's silence became the vacuum into which madness poured. The frenzied flame rose from the cracks of its perfection, the formless mother from the blood it denied, the rot from the decay it suppressed. Each outer god that stirred was not an enemy from beyond, but a reflection from within. The world's own attempt to speak where the greater will would not. Marika, the chosen vessel, understood this before any other. She realized that her god's silence was not wisdom, but emptiness. Her shattering of the Elden Ring was in truth an act of communication, a message sent back into that unfeeling void. It said, "We are not yours to define." Her rebellion was the first true answer the lands between ever gave to the greater will's indifference. And in that moment, the God who sought to define everything found itself defied by its own creation. The two fingers, left without guidance, continued their rituals in desperation, interpreting silence as command. They blessed the tarnished, sending them forth to restore the Elden Ring, not realizing that this too served the greater will's apathy. Whether the ring is mended or destroyed, the result is the same. Another cycle of definition, another layer of order built upon the ruins of the last. The greater will does not crave worship. It craves structure. To it, even rebellion is useful, for rebellion creates new law. Yet there are whispers, faint and forbidden, that the greater will has begun to fade, that its distance is no longer indifference, but exhaustion. The cosmos is vast, and even a god of definition cannot impose meaning forever. The stars it once silenced are moving again. The Erdtree burns, its laws unravel, and in that unraveling, the greater will's dominion diminishes. The silence deepens, but it is no longer the silence of control. It is the silence of retreat. Perhaps this is the fate of all gods that mistake obedience for faith. The greater will may not die, for concepts do not perish, but it may sleep. Its golden light may dim into memory, its commandments into dust, and what remains in its absence will not be chaos, but possibility. a world free not from order, but from the need for it. In the end, the greater will's silence is both its failure and its gift. By turning away, it forces its children to speak for themselves. By withholding meaning, it teaches them to create their own. And maybe that was the truth hidden even from itself, that divinity was never meant to define the world, but to teach it how to define itself. Beneath the surface of all myth in the lands between lies a conflict so old that even the stars have forgotten its first cries. It is not a war of armies, nor of crowns, but of ideas, a war fought in whispers, in blood, in the turning of seasons, and the quiet madness of dreams. This is the war of the outer gods, the unseen powers that shape the world from beyond its sky, each vying not for conquest, but for remembrance. They do not seek dominion in the way mortals understand it. They do not build thrones. They seek only this, that the world will continue to echo their truth long after their light has faded. Each outer god is a will, a fragment of the cosmos that chose to endure through consciousness. The greater will sought order, the frenzied flame, dissolution, the formless mother, connection through suffering, the dark moon, reflection and distance, the scarlet rot, transformation through decay. There are others still, the ancient beasts of the crucible, the nameless stars that speak in gravity and silence, the sleeping tides of chaos that slumber beneath the earth. Each one is a note in the song of creation, discordant yet necessary. Together they form the oldest argument in existence. Should the universe endure or should it end? This war does not rage in heaven. It breathes through life itself. Every god, every demigod, every mortal who acts upon the world carries one of these wills within them. Marika bore the greater will's desire for structure, yet her rebellion gave voice to the moon's detachment. Ranni became the dark moon's answer to the tyranny of gold. Malenia bloomed with the rot's cruel grace. Mo, through the Formless Mother, turned pain into religion. Even the tarnished, cast out by grace, are fragments of an older will, the will to continue despite silence. In this way, the outer gods do not fight around the world, they fight through it. For a time, the greater will's order held dominion. The Erdtree's glow spread across the lands like a commandment written into the soil. The stars fell silent. The seas ceased their rebellion. The beasts bowed their heads and were made lesser, but such peace was false. Beneath the golden canopy, the other wills waited. The rot festered beneath the roots, the flame murmured beneath the ground, and the moon watched with patient sorrow. The Formless Mother bled in secret, her followers whispering prayers in cathedrals made of flesh. The crucible stirred beneath the Erdtree, dreaming of unity's return. And when Marika's hammer shattered the Elden Ring, it was not simply rebellion. It was the signal that the silence had ended. The shattering of the ring was the sound of the battlefield awakening. The laws that held the outer gods apart were broken, and their influences spilled freely into the world once more. Every region became a theatre of divine conflict. Caelid rotted under the Scarlet God's bloom. The capital drowned in the Formless Mother's blood. The mountains echoed with the madness of the Frenzied Flame. The north slept beneath the dark moon's pale eye. And through it all, the Erdtree stood as both monument and casualty, the corpse of the greater will's design, still burning with borrowed light. Yet for all their difference, the outer gods are not enemies in the mortal sense. They are facets of the same infinite truth, warring not for survival, but for expression. Each claims to be the original rhythm of creation, and each believes that the world would be healed if only it could sing alone. The Golden Order's mistake was to pretend that one voice could silence the rest. But silence cannot erase song. It only drives it deeper underground where it gathers strength in shadow. The Formless Mother teaches through blood that love and pain are inseparable. The Frenzied Flame whispers that peace can only come through ending. The Rot insists that renewal requires decay. The Moon, patient and remote, teaches that distance is its own kind of love. Even the Greater Will, in its silence, upholds meaning as the measure of existence. None of them are lies. They are incomplete truths. Together, they are the cosmos dreaming of wholeness. Apart, they devour each other. The most terrible truth of this hidden war is that no victory is possible. Each god that rises must fall. Each law that takes hold must unravel. The world itself is the battleground, endlessly remade by the clash of wills that sustain it. When one god's song grows too loud, another rises to answer it. When order becomes tyranny, chaos blooms. When decay consumes creation, life blossoms again through rot. The outer gods are not creators or destroyers. They are the cycle itself. And yet, there is something new in this age, something neither divine nor cosmic, but human. The tarnished, the lost children of grace, have begun to act not as instruments, but as authors. They no longer carry the will of the gods alone. They choose. Each step they take, each rune they claim, each flame they light, reshapes the eternal conflict. Through them, the outer gods glimpse something beyond their comprehension, a being that can contain contradictions without shattering. The tarnished is not one will or another. He is the sum of all. Perhaps that is why every god now watches the lands between so intently. The greater will waits for restoration, the moon for withdrawal, the flame for release, the rot for transformation. Each believes that humanity's choice will crown their philosophy as truth. But what none of them foresee is that the tarnished may choose none, that man may become his own god, not through conquest, but through understanding. The war of the outer gods will never end, for it is not a war of dominance, but of longing. They are the universe's memories, forever trying to remember what it once was before separation. And though their songs differ, their goal is the same, to return to the unity that even gods cannot name. The silence of the greater will, the whisper of the moon, the scream of the flame, the pulse of the mother, the bloom of the rot, all are echoes of the same question. What is the purpose of being? Perhaps that is why the stars move again, why the earth trembles, why the Erdtree burns. The gods are not dying, they are remembering, and the world, caught between their remembrance, waits to be born anew. But if the outer gods are memory, and man is choice, then what happens when memory and choice finally meet? When the shattering tore the order of the world apart and the gods fell into silence, the lands between became a vast and sleepless graveyard. The Erdtree glowed still, but its light no longer reached the ground. It hung like an accusation above the world it had failed to save, its golden radiance shimmering over ash and ruin. The people called this time the Age of Loss, for even memory began to fade. Yet in the quiet, after the end, a faint glimmer stirred, not in the heavens, but within the forgotten. It was grace returning, and it did not return to gods. It returned to the tarnished. The tarnished were not born of nobility or chosen lineage. They were the outcasts, the forsaken, the remnants of an age already buried. Once blessed by the Erdtree and then stripped of its light, they had wandered in exile beyond the lands between. They were the failures of the Golden Order, mortals who had sought grace and been denied it. Yet, when the Elden Ring was shattered, something in the universe shifted. The greater will, or perhaps something beyond it, rekindled the faintest spark within their souls. A blessing and a curse. Grace returned to those who had once been abandoned, not as reward, but as test. The guidance of grace appeared first as golden motes, threads of light that drifted like dust through the air. They were not voices, not commands. They were invitations. To follow them was to walk into mystery, to return to a homeland that had forgotten you. And so, across distant shores and dead continents, the tarnished rose. They gathered their weapons, their relics, their grief, and began the long pilgrimage back to the lands between. Not out of faith, but hunger. Hunger for meaning in a world where the gods themselves no longer remembered their purpose. Each tarnished carries a fragment of the divine contradiction that defines the lands between. They are neither mortal nor divine, blessed nor cursed. They are creatures of between, souls too stubborn to die and too humble to ascend. Grace does not crown them as rulers, it calls them as witnesses. In their hands, the future of the world becomes choice, not decree. They are both the children of the Erdtree and the instruments of its undoing. When they return, they find a land where faith has curdled into superstition and holiness into despair. The Erdtree's shadow covers everything, yet its light cannot heal the rot that festers beneath it. The gods have either fallen or turned inward. Marika sleeps in her golden prison, Radagon in his silent penitence. The demigods, shattered fragments of their mother's dream, wage endless war for the broken runes. None remember what they are fighting for, yet in their chaos lies the opportunity for something new. The tarnished arrive not to restore, but to decide. Grace guides them toward the Erdtree, but its purpose remains veiled. Is it the will of the greater will seeking renewal? Or is it the whisper of Marika's rebellion, calling them to finish what she began? Some tarnished hear in its light the call of devotion, others the temptation of power. Yet the path remains the same. To ascend, they must face the fragments of divinity. 2. Battle the demigods. To absorb their runes, to inherit the weight of their contradictions. Every victory is not merely conquest, but communion. In claiming the runes, the tarnished do not destroy gods. They reconcile them within themselves. Through them, the broken pieces of the Elden Ring find new shape. Yet this shape is not dictated by prophecy. It is chosen. That choice, the freedom to define what comes next, is the true return of grace. For grace, stripped of its golden light and divine command, is not obedience. It is awareness. It is the ability to see the world as it is and still move forward. Some tarnished seek to restore the old order, believing that peace can only come through structure. Others embrace the new gods, the moon, the flame, the rot, each promising its own salvation. Some reject all divinity, burning the Erdtree itself in defiance. But every path, whether of faith or rebellion, is grace in motion. For grace is not a gift bestowed by the divine, it is the strength to continue in their absence. This is the secret that the gods feared, that mortals, once abandoned, might learn to create meaning without them, that the silence of heaven could give birth not to despair, but to will. The tarnished, in their endless wandering, prove this truth. They do not wait for answers. They carve them from ruin. In the law of the Golden Order, grace was always vertical, descending from God to man. In the age of the tarnished, it becomes horizontal, shared between those who struggle, who endure, who refuse to yield. When a tarnished lights a grace site, it is not the greater will's eye that awakens, but memory itself. The memory of humanity's first defiance, the spark that even gods cannot extinguish. It is said that when a tarnished dies, the golden trail of their soul does not rise to the heavens, but but circles back to the earth, returning them to life. This cycle is not mercy, it is the world's persistence made manifest. The tarnished are deathless not because they are favored, but because the world refuses to forget them. They are the embodiment of the same stubborn endurance that once birthed the crucible, the same longing that once called forth the stars. They are the continuation of everything the gods tried to control. In this way, the tarnished are both heirs and executioners. The grace they follow is neither blessing nor curse, but the echo of the first light that ever burned in the void, the light that said, "I will continue." And as they approach the Erdtree's golden gates, now sealed and burning from within, they face the question that no god has ever answered. What should come after perfection? When they finally step through fire and ash, when they confront what remains of divinity, it is not the gods who are being tested. It is grace itself, the capacity of the world to dream again after loss. And perhaps that is why the gods tremble at their coming. For in the tarnished, they see the end of their dominion and the beginning of something even they cannot define. When the Erdtree began to burn, the heavens did not mourn. The stars moved again. The wind carried the ash of divinity across the lands. Between, and for the first time in an age, the night sky shone unfiltered by gold. The burning of the Erdtree was not an act of destruction, it was revelation. Beneath its shimmering bark, beneath the gleam that once blinded generations, the truth of its nature was revealed. The tree was not a symbol of eternal life, but a vessel of containment, a cage of light that had trapped both God and grace alike. Its flames did not consume it in punishment, but freed it from the illusion of perfection. The fire began in silence, a small ember kindled by mortal hands. The tarnished who carried that spark did so not as conqueror, but as consequence. In every age, there must come one who dares to set the divine aflame, not out of hatred, but out of necessity, to unmake what has become too stagnant to live. The Erdtree's glow had once been the world's promise, but now it was its prison. Grace had stopped flowing to the living, and the dead had become roots feeding the holy rot. The gods slumbered in their own creations, and the people prayed to a corpse that pretended to be alive. The fire was mercy in disguise. Legends say the first flame that touched the Erdtree did not come from the earth, but from beyond the stars. A remnant of the same primordial fire that had birthed the Frenzied Flame, a reflection of the first chaos that the greater will had long ago banished. Yet this fire was not madness. It was remembrance. It burned not to annihilate, but to remind. For what is fire, if not the memory of transformation? It is the universe's oldest form of renewal, destruction as the breath before rebirth. The tarnished who lit it did so at great cost, their body seared and hollowed, their soul reshaped into the vessel of the dying god they sought to surpass. As the flames climbed the golden bark, the Erdtree screamed. Its sound was not one of agony, but release. A song that had been trapped for millennia, now unbound. The spirits of those it had imprisoned were freed, their whispers rising with the ash. The souls that had once been absorbed into the roots scattered back into the wind. The tree's fire was not death, but return. Each ember a soul rediscovering its place in the cycle that the Golden Order had denied. For the Erdtree had hoarded death as power, keeping the world alive but stagnant. In burning, it gave death back to life, and through death, the possibility of change. The priests called it apocalypse. The faithful fled. But among the ashes, something older stirred. The crucible, the primal life that had never truly died, breathed again through smoke and ruin. As gold melted into soil, beasts began to change. The air thickened with the scent of creation unshackled. It was said that those who walked near the burning Erdtree felt time blur, as though past and future overlapped. In its destruction, the world became fertile again. Its roots, once rigid and divine, softened into veins of fire that carried new life into the earth. The age of burning was not an age of despair, but of remembering. Without the shadow of the Erdtree's perfection, the other lights began to shine again. The moon rose higher, its pale radiance mingling with the red haze of the flames. The Formless Mother's presence deepened, her warmth spreading through the blood-soaked soil. Even the Frenzied Flame quieted, its roar reduced to a steady hum, as though the fire that consumed the Erdtree had satisfied its hunger. The balance that had been lost in the Golden Order's tyranny began, at last, to return. And yet, for mortals, it was an age of hardship. The loss of divine guidance left kingdoms in ruin, and faith fractured into 1,000 sects. Some worshipped the burning tree as a new god, the embodiment of transformation. Others cursed it, clinging to the memory of golden grace. But among the ashes, wanderers spoke of visions, of Marika's voice whispering through the flames, not in command, but in gratitude. They said she thanked the one who burned her creation, that she called it the final act of love, for only by destroying her perfection could her children be free. The burning of the Erdtree also revealed what had been hidden within it. Radagon and Marika fused in silence, their forms entwined in divine contradiction. Their bodies, consumed by flame, became one once more, their separation undone by the very act that ended their law. As they burned, their last breath was not a curse, but a sigh. The light that once divided them returned to the void from which it came. The gods were not slain, they were completed. The Erdtree's fire spread across the lands between, consuming not only the holy city, but the idea of holiness itself. Gold turned to cinder, and cinder to soil. The world did not die, it exhaled. The cycle resumed. Death returned to the living. Life began to change without permission. From this, the age of burning was born, a time when no single god held dominion, when faith became a matter not of worship, but of understanding. In this new age, the meaning of grace changed. It no longer shone from above, but glowed from within. The tarnished who had kindled the flame did not ascend to godhood, for there was no throne left to claim. They became something far greater, the bridge between death and renewal, the keeper of the world's first fire. Wherever they walked, ash turned to soil, ruin to seed. Their flame did not command, it reminded. It whispered that nothing is eternal, and that this truth is not sorrow, but salvation. The Erdtree, now a blackened skeleton against the sky, stands still at the world's center. Its branches no longer glimmer, but they do not fall. They endure, stripped of divinity, but full of memory. Beneath them, the lands between, live again, wild, imperfect, alive. The beasts roam freely, the stars move in harmony, the gods sleep, and man dreams. And when the wind passes through the hollow trunk of the Erdtree, it makes a sound like breathing, soft, steady, endless. The world lives on, not through order or grace, but through resilience. Thus the age of burning became the age of remembrance, and the ashes of the divine became the soil of what comes next. In the shadow of all divine ambition, beneath the wars of gods and the ruin of empires, there was one child who dreamed of a world untouched by rot, madness, or law. His name was Miquella, the unalloyed, the most mysterious of all Marika's children, the boy who never aged, the god who never woke. His story is not written in glory or conquest, but in tenderness and sorrow. He sought not to rule the world, but to heal it. Yet his dream, pure and impossible, became another kind of curse. A mirror to the gods' endless cycle of striving and loss. From the beginning, Miquella was unlike the others. Born twin to Malenia, he carried no curse of rot, no madness of flame, no mark of blood. Yet he was not whole. His body, arrested in youth, never matured. His appearance was that of an eternal child, fragile, serene, untouched by time. Many mistook his stillness for weakness, but those who knew him understood. Within that childlike form dwelled a will of profound depth. He saw the flaws in the world his mother had made, the cruelty of grace, the tyranny of purity, and he resolved to mend it, not through rebellion or domination, but through compassion. He was a god of empathy in a pantheon of control. Where the greater will imposed law and the outer gods spread their influences through domination, Miquella sought harmony. He believed that corruption could not be purged by flame or judgment, only by understanding. To this end, he began crafting the unalloyed gold, a substance neither divine nor profane, a miracle of his own making. It was said to be resistant to all outer influences. The rot, the flame, even the greater will's grace. It was not rejection, but balance, gold purified not by fire, but by patience. It shimmered with a quiet light, soft as dawn, warm as breath. It was the physical manifestation of his dream, a world free from the contamination of extremes. Miquella's devotion to his sister Malenia was the heart of that dream. She, cursed by the Scarlet Rot, suffered endlessly, yet carried herself with grace and pride. Her disease, born of the outer god of decay, was the living proof of the world's cruelty. Yet Miquella did not reject her affliction. He sought to embrace it. He built his Erdtree as sanctuary, a living temple of mercy, where even the cursed could find solace. Its roots, fed by his unalloyed gold, grew not in defiance of the Erdtree, but as its correction. It was meant to be the world's true heart, a place of balance, where purity and corruption could coexist without annihilation. But the gods do not tolerate balance. In the endless struggle of divine wills, harmony is rebellion. Miquella's dream threatened the power of all outer gods, for it promised a future without them. A world without hunger for control or fear of decay would have no need for gods at all. And so, like all visionaries, he was betrayed by silence. His sister, unable to protect him as she succumbed to her own curse, watched helplessly as he fell into sleep, a deep, unending slumber beneath the Erdtree. Whether by divine design or the weight of his own purity, his spirit withdrew into dreams. His body, perfect and serene, was left behind. In those dreams, it is said that Miquella still works. His followers speak of visions where his voice calls softly through golden mist, offering comfort to the suffering. Some claim he dreams of a new ring, not of law or faith, but of empathy, an Elden Ring woven from compassion rather than control. Others say he dreams of nothing at all, having found peace in his retreat from the war of gods. The truth may be both. In his dreaming, he became the still center of the world's storm, the one divinity who refused to choose a side. But his peace was not left undisturbed. Deep beneath the capital, in the bloody sanctum of Mohg, Lord of Blood, the sleeping god was stolen. Mohg, servant of the Formless Mother, believed he could awaken Miquella through sacrifice, that together they could birth a new dynasty, a union of purity and passion, innocence and hunger. But this act was misunderstanding turned tragedy. Miquella did not wish to awaken in blood. His dream was one of gentleness, and Mohg's devotion only chained him deeper in sleep. The cocoon that held his body became both cradle and tomb, a symbol of the world's inability to understand his mercy. The followers of the Erdtree, still faithful, continue to guard his resting place. To them, he is not dead. He is dreaming the world toward healing. They tend the branches of the withering tree, watering it with their prayers, believing that one day, when the god's noise fades, he will awaken to a world ready to receive his grace. But even they wonder, if he wakes, what world will he find? Can purity exist in a world that has learned to live with its flaws? The unalloyed. Gold remains his legacy. It resists all corruption, even that of the Scarlet Rot, yet it carries within it the paradox of his faith. In seeking to remove all contamination, it risks removing all change. It is the perfection of stillness, unaging, unyielding, unable to evolve. Miquella's dream, like Marika's law, is both salvation and stasis. For to make a world without pain may also be to make a world without growth. And so his slumber endures. Not merely as escape, but as meditation. He sleeps through the burning of the Erdtree, through the wars of gods and mortals, waiting perhaps for an age when compassion can exist without control, and order can live beside chaos without fear. His dream is the only divine act that has not yet failed, precisely because it has not yet been tested. In the lands between, when the wind passes through the leaves of the Erdtree, it carries a sound like breathing, soft, steady, endless. Some say it is the tree sighing in grief. Others say it is Miquella's heartbeat, faint but enduring, echoing the rhythm of a god who still dreams of mercy. And, perhaps one day, when the ashes of gold have settled and the fire has cooled, the child who never aged will awaken. And when he does, the world will face its most difficult question yet, not whether it can be ruled, but whether it can be healed. In the scarlet fields of Caelid, where the air burns sweet and death blossoms like spring, the earth remembers a god's sorrow. Every crimson bloom, every glistening pool of corruption is the echo of one divine heart, the heart of Malenia, blade of Miquella, the goddess of Rot. To mortals, she is legend, the undefeated warrior, the cursed twin, the one who bloomed thrice and never truly died. But beneath the myths lies a truth older than her birth, a truth whispered by the Scarlet Rot itself. That decay is not the enemy of life, but its promise fulfilled. The Scarlet Rot was born long before Malenia, long before even the Erdtree, when the world still trembled beneath the weight of its own abundance. It is not poison, but principle. The slow surrender of all things back to the earth, the proof that perfection must yield to time. The Golden Order called it corruption, the symptom of a dying world. But in truth, the rot was the balance that the Erdtree had denied. Where gold sought to preserve, rot sought to release. Where grace sought eternity, rot sought return. It is life remembering that it was never meant to last. When Malenia was born to Marika and Radagon, she carried the mark of that remembrance within her blood. Her body was divine, but her flesh was flawed, a garden for decay. The rot took root in her veins before she could walk, spreading through her as though the cosmos itself were reclaiming what the gods had stolen. She should have died, yet she did not. The same will that defined her brother Miquella stirred in her heart, fierce and unyielding. If she could not be free of her affliction, she would master it. Thus began her long transformation, from cursed child to goddess of an ending world. The bond between the twins defined both their destinies. Miquella sought to purify the rot through his unalloyed gold, believing that compassion could neutralize corruption. But Malenia did not seek to be cleansed. She accepted her curse as truth. To her, the rot was not punishment, but revelation. In its endless cycle of death and rebirth, she saw the reflection of her own will, the refusal to end. Every flower of decay that bloomed around her was not disease, but renewal in disguise. When she drew her blade, it was not to destroy her enemies, but to remind them that all things, even glory, must one day return to the soil. Her mastery of war was legend. She fought not for conquest, but to protect Miquella's dream. Every battle she waged was an act of devotion. Every wound, a prayer. When she faced Radon upon the plains of Caelid, it was not pride that guided her, but love. The love of a sister who could not allow her brother's creation to be undone by madness. The battle between them was the meeting of two cosmic wills, his gravity against her decay, his desire to hold the world still against her truth that all must fall. When she unleashed her scarlet bloom, it was the world's oldest truth made manifest, that endings are the only fertile ground for beginnings. The rot that spread from that battle consumed everything, even her. But death did not claim her. She blossomed anew, more radiant, more terrible, her wings unfurling like petals of blood. In that moment she transcended the boundaries of curse and divinity. She was no longer simply Malenia, sister of Miquella, but the goddess of rot, the living embodiment of decay as creation. Her bloom was not destruction, it was resurrection. Every dying blade of grass, every withering creature fed the soil that would birth life again. Through her suffering, the world remembered the crucible, the time when all things were one. Yet this revelation brought her no peace. For to become the goddess of rot is to love everything and lose everything at once. Her body became the vessel of her truth, eternally dissolving, eternally reborn. The pain that once defined her became the rhythm of her existence. Every step she took left behind both ruin and renewal. Those who followed her, the clean rot knights, understood this paradox. They were not zealots, but mourners, embracing death as a sacrament. Their armor was gilded not in defiance, but in acceptance, a reflection of Malenia's own dignity in decay. Even now, long after her bloom turned Caelid into a scarlet desert, her influence endures. The rot does not spread as vengeance. It spreads as balance. It seeps into the Erdtree's roots, softening the rigidity of its perfection. It fills the air with new spores of life. The faithful call it blasphemy. The wise call it inevitability. For every god that denies decay, every kingdom that clings to immortality, will one day kneel to her truth, not as subjects, but as participants in the great surrender that makes the world eternal. And yet, Malenia's tragedy is that she cannot rest. The rot that grants her divinity also denies her peace. To bloom is to awaken. To awaken is to suffer. Her immortality is not gift, but burden, the endless awareness of her own disintegration. Even in her slumber beneath the haligtree, her petals breathe, her wings twitch, her curse dreaming of renewal. Miquella sleeps in the cocoon beside her, unaging, untouched. Together they embody the two halves of existence, one seeking to purify, the other to accept. He dreams of a world healed. She dreams of a world forgiven. Some say that when Miquella awakens, the rot will cease. Others whisper that when he stirs, she will bloom once more, not as plague, but as paradise. For even the rot, left unfeared, becomes garden. The Scarlet God's song, if heard without dread, is not lament but lullaby, the sound of the universe exhaling. In the end, Malenia's bloom is the mirror of the Erdtree's fire. One burns to free, the other blossoms to renew. One destroys the divine, the other reclaims it. Both are acts of mercy misunderstood by those who still fear endings. The Scarlet Rot is not the death of life, but the life of death. And if the gods have taught the world anything, it is that what they call corruption is often just the truth they are unwilling to accept. When the red fields sway under the wind, when the scarlet dust drifts into the air like perfume, the world is not dying. It is remembering. It is whispering her name, Malenia, and in that whisper lies both fear and gratitude, for she is the reminder that nothing, not even divinity, escapes the embrace of return. Far above the ruins of the Erdtree, beyond the reach of gold and the hunger of fire, there drifts a quiet light, a silver reflection upon the night, patient and sorrowful. That light is her mark, and her name is Ranni the Witch, daughter of Radagon and Rennala, heir to both lore and dream, born of gold and moonlight, yet bound by neither. She was the god who refused her birthright, the only one who looked upon divinity and chose solitude instead. In her rebellion, the stars began to move again, and the heavens, once frozen by her brother Radan, remembered their music. Her age is not one of conquest, but of distance. The age of stars, when gods stepped back and mortals were left to dream freely beneath the endless sky. To understand Ranni is to understand the moon, beautiful because it shines through reflection, powerful because it does not burn. From her mother Rennala, she inherited the wisdom of the full moon, the discipline of sorcery, and the quiet reverence for mystery. From her father Radagon, she inherited the burden of faith and the weight of divine purpose. In her, the paradox of the lands between was made flesh, a being caught between freedom and fate. But Ranni's heart, unlike those of her kin, longed not for power, but for release. She did not wish to rule the world. She wished to leave it. The first act of her defiance was the death of her flesh. When the greater will sought to make her its vessel, to replace her mother Marika as its chosen, Ranni understood what that meant. To serve divinity was to surrender self. And so, in an act of unthinkable clarity, she killed her own mortal form, casting aside the flesh that could be bound, the body that could be used. Her spirit remained, cold and distant, bound to a doll she had created in her own image. The gesture was more than rebellion. It was transformation. She had become reflection itself, the mirror freed from what it once contained. From that moment, Ranni no longer belonged to the Golden Order or to any god of flame or blood. She became servant only to the Dark Moon. Not the celestial body itself, but the philosophy it embodied. That love requires distance, that divinity must withdraw for creation to breathe. In this, she differed from her mother's radiant faith. Renala's moons sought to enlighten the world. Ranni's sought to leave it untouched. Her sorceries grew not in brightness, but in stillness. She mastered the art of cold, the magic of separation, and in her quiet study, she wove a plan so vast that even the gods could not perceive it. Her purpose was not conquest of the earth, but liberation of the sky. She would overthrow the greater will, not with war or flame, but with absence. Where Marika had shattered the Elden Ring to defy the law of gold, Ranni would simply render it irrelevant. She would remove herself and her followers from the influence of all outer gods, guiding the stars into new orbits, creating a cosmos free from divine interference. To accomplish this, she forged alliances not of devotion, but of understanding, with Blad, the wolf bound to her soul, with Iji, the giant smith who tempered her blades and her patience, and with Seluvis, the schemer whose arrogance she tolerated as necessity. Together, they formed a court of the lost, a family chosen rather than inherited. But Ranni's path was lonely. Every step away from the Erdtree was a step into silence. The moon's wisdom is beautiful, but it is cold. To free the world from the gods, she had to abandon even the possibility of love. Bled, born as her shadow, descended into madness as their bond unraveled. Ranni, her mother, withdrew into memory, cradling her empty egg of rebirth. Even as Ranni's plan neared completion, she understood that to save the world, she must also leave it behind forever. For divinity cannot coexist with freedom. To give mortals autonomy, she would become unreachable. Her scheme culminated with the slaying of the fingers, the mouthpieces of the greater will. Their deaths were not vengeance, but silence made sacred. Without them, the law of gold could no longer speak, and when the tarnished, her chosen champion, swore to her service, she saw in them not a subject, but a companion. A mortal who could walk the line between life and eternity, who could bear the loneliness she had chosen. Together, they would enact her age, not an empire, not a paradise, but a vast and gentle exile. The Age of Stars began not with fire or proclamation, but with departure. The Erdtree burned behind them, the gods turned to ash, and the world below dimmed into twilight. Ranni and her consort rose through the firmament, ascending upon a tide of moonlight that stretched into the void. The stars followed, drifting in her wake, their orbits freed from Radon's gravity and the greater will's command. The earth grew quiet beneath the night's embrace. For the first time since creation, no god held dominion. The cosmos became infinite again. Those who lived to see the beginning of that age described it as neither dawn nor dusk, but the space between, a dream made real. The light of the Erdtree faded from the sky, replaced by a million smaller lights, each flickering with its own fragile grace. The world was not cleansed or restored. It was simply allowed to be. Mortals lived and died without divine oversight. Time, once bound to fate, began to flow freely. The silence that fell across the lands between was profound, but it was not empty. It was the sound of freedom. And yet even in her triumph, Ranni's solitude endured. The moon's light is beautiful precisely because it never touches what it loves. She had become that light, eternal, untouchable, and alone. The tarnished who journeyed with her may have shared her eternity, but eternity is not companionship. It is the echo of choice, endlessly repeating. In the cold depths of the cosmos, as they drifted among the stars, Ranni at last found the peace she had sought. A world beyond the reach of gods, where dreams could live without fear of awakening. But her age is not without cost. The Erdtree's light may never return, and with it, much of the warmth that gave life its shape. The world beneath may fade into legend, its people forgetting the gods entirely. In time, even Ranni herself may dissolve into the silence she created, her memory becoming just another constellation, distant, radiant, unknowable. Yet perhaps that was her intent all along. For to her, freedom and forgetfulness were one and the same. The Age of Stars is not a reign, but a retreat, a love letter left behind for a world that must learn to live without gods. And as her silver light fades across the void, its reflection lingers in the eyes of those who still look upward, whispering her final truth, that the truest act of divinity is to let creation dream alone. Long before the shattering, before Marika's defiance, before even the Erdtree's first light, there existed a principle more ancient than divinity, older than flame, colder than time. It was not God, nor law, nor curse, but the quiet truth beneath all creation, the inevitability of ending. The mortals who lived before the Erdtree knew it as a companion, not an enemy. They called it destined death, the rune of mortality. It was the one constant in a world of change, the law that ensured life did not stagnate into nightmare. To live was to die. To die was to return. The circle was perfect, but when the greater will came, it feared what it could not control. And so, it severed that circle. When Marika ascended as vessel of the Golden Order, her first divine act was to bind destined death. The rune was taken from the Elden Ring and sealed away within the blade of Malekith, her shadow. Death itself was locked within his keeping, its fire subdued, its touch forbidden. No longer would mortals fade. Their souls would feed the Erdtree, preserved within its golden roots. The world was made eternal, a triumph to the faithful, a horror to those who remembered the old law. For in eternal life there can be no renewal, only accumulation. The Erdtree did not bless, it hoarded. Every soul that died became its possession, and the silence of death was replaced by the endless hum of divine control. For a time, this illusion of eternity held. The lands between prospered under false grace, but as all things that deny truth, the lie began to rot from within. The souls trapped beneath the roots began to stir, their whispers turning to lament. The Erdtree's radiance grew heavy, its gold dimmed by the weight of unreturned death. And Marika herself, in her solitude, began to understand what she had done. By binding death, she had bound herself. A god imprisoned in her own perfection. Then came the night of black knives, the moment when mortality remembered itself. The Numen assassins, guided by the stolen fragment of destined death, struck down Godwyn the Golden, Marika's firstborn. His soul perished utterly, sinking into the roots, while his flesh remained immortal, rotting yet awake. The world had never seen such horror, a death without return, a life without spirit. It was not merely murder, it was revelation. The gods could bleed. And through that wound, the long-forgotten breath of mortality seeped back into the world. The black knives did not act for greed or vengeance. They were the instruments of balance, perhaps unknowingly guided by a will older than the gods. Some say the rune itself sought release, whispering into mortal ears. Others claim Ranni orchestrated the night to shatter the greater will's dominion. But whoever held the dagger, the act was the same. The return of truth through blood. The death of Godwyn was the death of eternity. From that moment onward, even gods could fall. Malekith, bearer of the rune, suffered most. Loyal and incorruptible, he guarded destined death as his own soul. When its power escaped him, he felt it not as failure, but as guilt. His faith, once perfect, curdled into madness. He sought to contain death again, to erase its memory, to protect Marika from the consequence of her own rebellion. But truth, once loosed, cannot be unlearned. Malekith's strength waned as the world grew weary of eternity. When at last he was defeated, the rune of death was reclaimed, no longer hidden, no longer forbidden. In the Tarnished's hand, destined death burned not with destruction, but with restoration. Its black flame consumed the illusion of immortality, burning through gold, through divine flesh, through every lie that had chained the world to false life. The Erdtree, in its splendor, began to burn not from malice, but from recognition. The world was being unbound. Death had returned to its rightful place, not as punishment, but as part of the rhythm of existence. The scholars of the Golden Order would later call this the catastrophe of renewal, but in truth, it was liberation. When the rune returned, the souls beneath the Erdtree were freed. The air itself grew lighter, the soil fertile again. Even the gods, stripped of their divine immortality, began to change. For without death, there can be no love, no courage, no meaning. It was not grace that made life sacred, it was its end. Yet the return of destined death carried a deeper mystery. Within the rune's black flame lies not only ending, but memory, the record of all that ever lived, etched into the darkness between heartbeats. To touch it is to see the world as it truly is, not a hierarchy of gods and mortals, but an endless chain of becoming. Every creature that dies gives life to another. Every star that burns out seeds a new dawn. Death, far from erasure, is the universe remembering itself. Some say Marika knew this all along, that she did not bind the rune out of fear, but to understand its absence. That she shattered the Elden Ring to prepare the world for its return. If so, her rebellion was not despair, but faith. Not in the greater will, but in mortality itself. For even divinity, if it is to be true, must one day die. In the aftermath of the rune's return, the lands between entered an era without certainties. The Erdtree's light no longer promised eternal life. Souls passed freely once more, their journeys no longer halted by divine decree. Death became visible again, not as enemy, but as shadow of grace, the reminder that to live is to move toward completion. The priests called it blasphemy, the people called it peace, and beneath the roots of the burned tree, where gold turned to ash and ash to soil, the black flame of destined death burns still. Quiet, steady, eternal. It does not destroy, it balances. Its glow touches all things equally, gods and beggars, beasts and stars, and in that equality lies its divinity. The rune's whisper can still be heard in the wind that passes through the Erdtree's hollow heart. It does not command, it does not judge, it simply reminds. Everything that begins must end, and in that ending, the world begins again. When the flames dimmed and the last embers drifted into the starlit wind, the lands between stood upon the threshold of something it had not known since the dawn of time. Silence. Not the divine stillness of the Erdtree's shadow, nor the haunted quiet of despair, but the silence of space newly cleared for breath. The gods had fallen or withdrawn, their laws undone, their voices scattered into memory. The earth, once bound in the golden rhythm of their order, now pulsed to its own uncertain beat. It was an age without commandments, without prophecy, an age of mortals, at last left to themselves. At first, there was fear. The priests who had lived by grace wept at their altars, whispering prayers to a sky that no longer answered. The faithful looked to the blackened Erdtree and mistook its stillness for death, but beneath its charred roots, new shoots were stirring, pale and fragile, yet alive. The soil, enriched by ash, began to breathe again. The air thickened with rain, washing away the residue of divinity. For the first time in an age, the cycle moved freely. Death came, and with it, life followed, not dictated by godly design, but by nature's quiet instinct to endure. The people of Lendel, no longer a capital but a ruin, turned the fallen marble of the old sanctuaries into hearthstones. Where once sermons had echoed, now the laughter of children filled the air. The gold that once adorned the spires was melted into tools, into mirrors, into simple adornments that reflected light rather than worshipped it. The once holy banners were woven into sails that carried wanderers down the rivers, searching for new homes beyond the bounds of grace. The Erdtree remained at the horizon, a vast skeleton of memory, but it no longer watched, it no longer judged, it simply stood. In Caelid, where Scarlet Death had ruled, the rot softened into renewal. The soil, rich with decay, birthed strange flowers of luminous hue. From those blossoms rose insects, beasts, and spores that shimmered like stars in the dusk. What was once a wasteland became a cradle of transformation. The people who returned there did not rebuild cities. They learned to live with the rhythm of the land, to plant among the rot, to harvest from its generosity, to accept that every harvest carried a hint of poison, and that this too was balance. The goddess of rot was no longer feared, but revered as the earth's reminder that all beauty requires decay. Far to the north, beneath the pale remnants of moonlight, the scholars of the old academy of Raya Lucaria reopened their libraries. The surviving sorcerers no longer sought power to control the cosmos, but to understand it. The moon's children, once obsessed with mastery, turned their study inward. They spoke no longer of order or chaos, but of perspective. Their new philosophy was simple, that knowledge without compassion is void, and that mystery without humility becomes tyranny. The last of Rennala's disciples built observatories along the ridges, mapping the skies of the new age. The stars, free once more, moved in unfamiliar patterns. The heavens had begun again. In the west, the people of the Erdtree tended to the sleeping form of Miquella. They did not worship him, for he had taught them to love without adoration. They cared for him as one tends a garden, patient, gentle, expecting nothing in return. The Erdtree, though withered, still lived, its roots drinking from the ashes of the Erdtree. Its leaves, silver and faint, glowed softly at night, like the breath of a dream. Those who rested beneath its boughs said they felt no fear, only longing, the quiet ache of being alive. They began to call their home the Haven Between, a name that carried neither divine promise nor defiance, but simple acceptance. The remnants of the Golden Order, too, endured, not as empire, but as memory. Some priests wandered the land, speaking not of law, but of the lessons of their fall. They told the story of Marika not as goddess, but as woman, one who sought perfection and learned that even divinity must fail to be free. They built small chapels along the roads, open to sky and rain, where travelers might rest and remember the price of certainty. The Golden Law had become folklore, its commandments recited as caution, not command. And the tarnished, the last bearers of grace, walked among them as wanderers. Some disappeared into legend. Some founded villages. Some vanished into the wilds. They were not kings, not gods, not saviors. They were witnesses. The people told stories of one who had set the Erdtree ablaze, of another who had followed the moon into the stars, of others who had vanished into shadow or flame. None knew which was true, and perhaps all were. In a world without prophecy, every tale was permitted. Every truth could live beside its contradiction. The seasons changed. The wind carried the scent of ash and flowers. The rivers ran clear again, though they glimmered faintly with the gold of dissolved runes, the lingering memory of grace now part of the natural flow. The night grew deeper, yet the stars were kind. The world was quieter, but not empty. In the absence of gods, creation itself became sacred. The sun's warmth was blessing enough. There were those who wondered if the outer gods still watched. The greater will, the frenzied flame, the formless mother, the moon. Their presence lingered, faint but persistent, like the residue of dreams upon waking. Some nights, the sky trembled with strange lights. Some mornings, a crimson mist drifted across the fields. But the people no longer sought to interpret these signs. They had learned, at last, to live within mystery instead of bending it to law. The lands between, once defined by divine conflict, became a tapestry of coexistence. Its people rebuilt not in gold, but in clay and memory. They sang songs without names for gods, celebrating the turning of seasons, the birth of children, the returning of birds. They no longer feared death, for it was known again as passage, not punishment. And when the wind passed through the hollowed boughs of the Erdtree, they heard not commandments, but lullabies. Yet even in this fragile peace, the shadows of the old age remained. Beneath the earth, the roots of the burned tree still pulse faintly with divine residue. The black flame of destined death flickers there, steady and watchful. The world may be free, but freedom itself is fragile. For somewhere, deep within memory, the will of the cosmos still stirs, patient, waiting for the next voice to give it shape. But for now, the lands between rests. No god commands, no prophecy binds, no flame consumes. Only the quiet song of existence remains, imperfect, fleeting, alive. And perhaps, in that imperfection, the world has finally become whole. The gods are never truly gone. They do not die, for death itself is their language. And through death, they are remembered. In the quiet years that followed the burning of the Erdtree, when the lands between learned to live without divine rule, something subtle began to stir in the dark spaces between. Dreams. The world, though free, still whispered. The rivers still sang, the stars still hummed, and in the pauses between those sounds, something else listened. The outer gods, ancient, patient, diminished, lingered not as tyrants, but as echoes, forgotten, but not gone. The greater will, once the brightest and most commanding, now drifted like a memory of sunlight through a shuttered window. Its gold still shimmered faintly within the soil, not as commandment, but as nostalgia. The old priests, who had once spoken in its name, would sometimes dream of vast light and wake weeping, not from terror, but from longing. For even tyranny leaves warmth in its absence. The greater will had not been destroyed, only silenced. It waited, as all great thoughts do, for minds willing to listen again. But its silence now was different, humbled, uncertain, like a god remembering its own mistakes. The frenzied flame, too, had dimmed. Once it had roared beneath the world, a chaotic hunger that sought to burn all form into nothingness. Now, its fires were gentle, whispering in the hearts of hermits and wanderers who had seen too much and desired only peace. Its madness had become wisdom, the understanding that even dissolution has tenderness. They built small shrines in caves and deserts, where flames burned not to destroy, but to illuminate the faces of those who gathered around them. They spoke no creeds, recited no prayers. They simply watched the fire dance, remembering that even chaos, when quieted, is beautiful. The Formless Mother, whose blood had once drowned cathedrals, was now a gentler spirit. Her worshippers, those who had survived the madness of Mohg's devotion, found her not in sacrificial rites, but in compassion. They learned that blood, though once the mark of suffering, could also signify kinship. Her temples became places of healing. Her altars of red cloth and salt, where the wounded came not to pray, but to be seen. The Mother's lesson, long buried beneath fanaticism, revealed itself at last, that love and pain are one, and through shared pain, the world is bound. The Scarlet Rot, having consumed its fury, settled into peace. Its god, Malenia, slept beneath the halig tree, her petals no longer crimson, but soft and golden brown, the colour of earth in autumn. The rot's bloom had done its work, transforming ruin into renewal. In the fields where her infection once devoured armies, moss now grew thick and sweet, feeding the insects and birds that had returned. The people who lived there learned to honour decay without fear. They buried their dead beneath flowers, believing that to rot was not to end, but to feed the next beginning. In their songs, they spoke of Malenia not as a curse, but as the season that follows every long summer, inevitable, gentle, and kind. Even the dark moon, Ranni's great companion, continued to shine, distant and cold, yet faithful. The sorcerers who studied its light wrote that it seemed to breathe, as though its goddess still lived among the stars, watching but never intervening. On certain nights, its glow would flicker in strange rhythm, and those who looked upon it claimed to see fleeting visions of silver paths stretching across the void. Roads to distant worlds, perhaps, or to Ranni's own wandering soul. For all her distance, her legacy endured, the gift of autonomy, the courage to live without divine guidance. Her followers did not build temples, they built observatories, gazing upward in quiet gratitude. And yet, beyond all known gods, there were whispers of others, older, stranger, forgotten. The dreaming one beneath the lake of mist, whose sleep shaped the seasons. The luminous serpent, said to coil around the moon's shadow, feeding upon forgotten prayers. The pale beast, whose breath was time itself. These were remnants of the universe's first imaginings, the primal thoughts that preceded even the greater will. They had slumbered through the ages of gold and flame, waiting for silence. And now that silence had come, they stirred once more, not as rulers, but as dreamers. For the cosmos itself was dreaming again. Without the tyranny of law or the cacophony of divine command, the world had become quiet enough for its oldest instincts to speak. The wind remembered its song. The rivers carved new paths. The stars, unchained, wrote stories across the sky that no god had planned. Life became improvisation, not creation by decree, but by curiosity. The people of the lands between, their eyes turned upward, began to wonder whether the gods had ever truly been separate from the world, at all. Perhaps they were not beings, but reflections, the universe thinking of itself through consciousness. And so, a new faith began to form, not in temples or under banners, but in hearts. It was not a religion, but a remembering. They called it the dream of return, the belief that all things, divine or mortal, are destined to meet again in the same place, not as master and servant, but as dream and dreamer. It taught that the gods were never banished. They had simply gone inward, back into the imagination of creation itself. To live, then, was to participate in that imagination, to dream the world alongside the stars. The forgotten outer gods, stripped of power, but not of essence, became part of that dream. They were no longer rulers of the cosmos, but its metaphors, ideas lingering like breath in winter air. The greater will became the light of order within human reason. The frenzied flame became the warmth of desire that drives change. The Formless Mother became empathy. The rot became time. The moon became wonder. And thus, the divine and the mortal ceased to be opposites. They became one continuum of dreaming, the cosmos remembering itself through every heartbeat, every flickering star, every breath drawn in the shadow of the burned tree. At night, when the winds sweep through the hollow trunk of the Erdtree and the stars shimmer like embers in water. Some say the world itself dreams. They claim that in the deepest hours, when silence is complete, you can hear the gods whispering not in words, but in feeling. The pulse of the same will that began all things, now gentle, now human. The gods are forgotten, yes, but the dream remains. At the end of all things, when the golden fires had faded and the last whispers of the gods sank into the soil, the world became quiet enough to remember itself. The lands between stood beneath a vast and starlit sky, no longer ruled by grace or flame or will. The Erdtree's blackened branches reached into the heavens like the bones of a memory, and yet from its hollowed heart, life continued to hum. The rivers, flowed. The wind carried the scent of ash and new grass. The people breathed, and that breath was creation itself, unshaped, unguided, alive. It is said that time no longer followed the path it once did. Seasons did not return in perfect order, and the sun rose at different hours each year. But this imperfection was no longer feared. The world had learned that the beauty of existence lies in its uncertainty. For the first time since the dawn, creation was not obeying a script. It was improvising, and within that improvisation, meaning bloomed. The burned husk of the Erdtree, once the symbol of divine tyranny, became the gathering place of a new kind of faith. Pilgrims came not to pray, but to remember. They sat among its roots, touching the warm ash that still glowed faintly, and told stories of gods and mortals, of flames and moons, of endings and beginnings. They spoke not of what should be believed, but of what had been learned. And in their telling, the world began to heal. The act of remembering became sacred. The act of imagining became divine. The tarnished who had set the fire, the wanderer who bore grace into flame, was never seen again. Some say they walked into the ashes and became part of the soil. Others say they ascended among the stars, following Ranni into the endless night. And others whisper that they still wander the lands between, unseen, watching the world they freed from the burden of perfection. But in truth, it no longer mattered. The age they had shaped required no ruler, no prophet, no god. The gift they left behind was choice, and the humility to live within it. Miquella still slept beneath the halig tree, his dream unbroken, though the leaves around him had begun to stir. Perhaps he would wake one day when the world was ready to understand his gentleness. Perhaps he never would, content to dream the peace that others were still learning to live. Malenia's petals, now golden brown and soft, drifted through the forests like feathers, marking the soil where new trees took root. In her decay, she had completed her truth, that every death is a form of giving. Far away, in the north, beneath the eternal moon, the last scholars of Lucaria completed their final map of the heavens. They charted the stars' new courses, unbound from Radan's gravity and the greater will's symmetry. The constellations had changed, but they found that every new pattern still echoed the old. The cosmos, though free, had remembered its own rhythm, different now, but familiar, like a melody played in a different key. And beneath the black sky, in the heart of the lands between, the people began to dream again. Not dreams sent by gods, nor visions of destiny, but the small, fragile dreams of their own making. Dreams of family, of harvest, of laughter, of building homes without gold or flame to guard them. In these dreams, the gods lived on, not as masters, but as memories. The greater will as sunlight, the formless mother as the warmth of kindness, the frenzied flame as passion, the moon as imagination, the rot as time's mercy. The divine had not vanished, it had become intimate. The circle had closed, but not in finality, in renewal. The world that began as a thought in the void had returned to thought, but now that thought belonged to all things. The first light of the universe had learned humility. The first silence had learned to listen. The first God had learned to rest. And within that rest, something stirred. Not a command, not a prophecy, but a feeling. It was the same feeling that once called stars into being, the same longing that had made gods, the same breath that now passed through mortals. It was love, stripped of divinity, stripped of law, stripped even of name. Love as the recognition that to exist is to share impermanence. Love as the quiet agreement between life and death, that neither will outlast the other, yet both will continue in each new beginning. When dawn finally came, it was gentle. The first light touched the mountains, not with gold, but with soft grey and blue. The Erdtree's silhouette stood against it, vast and still, no longer burning, no longer divine. Birds sang in its branches, nesting among the bones of gods. The wind rustled through the hollow trunk, and its voice was no longer commandment or lament. It was song. The world listened, and in that moment, it understood. The age of fire had ended. The age of stars had passed. What came next had no name. Some would call it the age of men, others the age of dreaming, others still the age of return. But it needed no title, for titles belonged to the old world. This was not an age to be defined. It was an age to be lived. And so, the lands between exhaled. The fire faded into warmth. The stars glimmered like gentle eyes. The gods slept, dreaming alongside their children. The circle was complete, not as destiny, but as choice. And beneath the new sun, rising soft and slow across the ashen horizon, the world remembered what it had always been trying to say. That creation is not command. It is compassion. That endings are not loss. They are return. And that even after gods fall and gold turns to dust, the smallest seed, buried in shadow, will always reach for the light.